soon of the first session. Thank you.
Obrigado, bom dia a todos. Meu nome é Carlos Moreira Vasco, República de Moçambique. Sou parlamentar em Moçambique.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, for us to be able to hear other languages, may you kindly use your earphones. Channel 1 is English, 2 French, 3 is Portuguese.
Good morning, honorable members. I'm Paula Cooper from Namibia.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Philippus Vido Catamelo from Namibia.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rosie Bistoke from the Republic of Seychelles.
Good morning, honorable members. I'm Mutinta Masoka from Zambia.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Damzani Mohati from Zimbabwe.
Good morning to you all. I'm Paulina Mpariwa, Member of Parliament from Zimbabwe.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anele Ndebele from Zimbabwe.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Honorable Audrey Vidot from Seychelles. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Honorable Richard Labos from Seychelles.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Agnes Minganakafula from Namibia, Member of Parliament.
Bom dia a todos. Meu nome é Carlos Manuel, Parlamento da República de Moçambique.
Bom dia a todos. Elisa Minamice, deputado do Parlamento Moçambicano, Gabinete da Mulher Parlamentar. Obrigada.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kelly Saminade, Member of Parliament from Seychelles.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Honorable Regina Sparrow, Member of Parliament from Seychelles. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Rocky Rani from Seychelles.
Good morning, everyone. Julian Inyemba, Member of Parliament from Zambia.
Bom dia a todos os honorários deputados. Eu sou a Helena Bongelabel, do Parlamento angolano, e sou a segunda vice-presidente do Grupo de Mulheres Parlamentares.
Honourable members who have just joined us, we are introducing ourselves. I realize, is this side complete? I see other members just arrived. Could they kindly introduce themselves before we move on to this side?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lepe Tselesedi from Botswana.
Morning, honorable members. My name is Honorable Paulson Majaha from Botswana, Member of Parliament.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kasim Hassan Haji from Tanzania.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Victor Lumaya, my name is a Member of Parliament for the Republic of Zambia.
Bonjour à tous. Mon nom, c'est l'honorable Nefertiti Ngoudianza. Je viens de la République démocratique du Congo.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis honorable Anne-Marie Bilambangou. Je viens de la RDC. Je suis présidente du caucus de femmes parlementaires de la RDC et en même temps présidente du caucus de femmes de la SADC. Merci.
DRC. Introductions, please. Eswatini.
Good morning, everyone. Isaac Makaguda, Senator from Eswatini.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Stridon Banza from Eswatini.
Good morning. My name is Nduduz Matsebula from the Kingdom of Eswatini, Member of Parliament.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Busi Dlamini from the Kingdom of Eswatini in the Senate House.
Good morning, everybody. I am here, Dennis Namajegeja, representing Malawi Parliament. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Leonard Maranda, Member of Parliament from Malawi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tapang Tita Musena. I represent the Parliament of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May members who are yet to introduce themselves kindly do so. I note, yes, kindly proceed.
My name is Sidney Nkasi. I come from Lesotho. I am a Member of Parliament.
Good morning. My name is Monica Shanganamuno. I'm from Malawi, a Member of Parliament and Chair for Women Caucus in Malawian Parliament. Thank you.
On n'entend rien, hein? On n'entend rien dans les visioconférences maintenant. Est-ce qu'on ne veut pas faire les présentations aussi? Et nous sommes là à Madagascar, malgré l'absence sur place. Hein?
Good morning, honorable members. Apologies for the delay in the starting. We have just received honorable members from Madagascar. Could you kindly please introduce yourselves?
Merci. Merci. Je suis docteur Fiarouvana de Madagascar, député de Madagascar. Et nous sommes vraiment désolés de ne pas être avec vous au Johannesburg. On a déjà pris l'avion le samedi, mais avec l'exigence de l'air mortus, on a déjà vacciné, on a déjà eu des PCR négatifs, mais on ne peut pas embarquer dans l'avion Air Mauritius. C'est vraiment désolé avec la collaboration avec le Maurice. Et nous sommes retenus à Madagascar maintenant. C'est pour cela qu'on ne peut pas vous joindre à Johannesburg. On est déjà bien prêt. On est déjà dans les check-in, mais malheureusement, on ne peut pas prendre l'avion le samedi dernier. Donc, nous sommes là avec vous, en âme et du cœur. Donc, on vous souhaite bon courage à nous tous. Je passe la parole à notre collègue.
Bom dia a todos presentes. Eu sou Helena Bonguela Abel, do Parlamento Angolano. Sou segunda vice-presidente do Grupo de Mulheres Parlamentares.
Are there more honorable members from Madagascar that need to introduce themselves?
Oui, Président. Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis Mas Boulamali, vice-présidente de la commission genre du FP-SADC et présidente régionale des suivis de la loi type de la SADC, présidente de la commission genre au niveau de l'Assemblée nationale. Merci.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Are there any other honorable members who are online who have not introduced themselves so that we can give them that opportunity? There's an honorable member in the house. Please take the seat, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Vipakuye Muharukwa from Namibia.
Thank you very much, Chair. Any other honorable members in the floor who have not introduced themselves yet?
Morning, everybody. My name is Selemani Zedi, a member of parliament from Tanzania.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any other members?
Abstain. Mekensani Kate Bilankulu Mahavan, a member of parliament from the Republic of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members from. Now we're going to Malawi.
Thank you very much. My name is Sam Kawale, member of parliament from Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Before I close the introductions, are there any other honorable members who have not introduced themselves? So that we give them that opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Lakato Musito from the Member of Parliament from Lesotho.
My name is Hawa Subira Mwefunga, a Member of Parliament from Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I'm checking for more introductions. Are there none on the floor? Thank you very much, honorable members. I think we can now start with the program. My name is Modise Kavedi. I'm the media officer of the SADC PF. Greetings to you, honorable members. Greetings to all the distinguished guests. Greetings to the SG and colleagues. Firstly, let me start off with the ground rules. The session today is going to be done as a hybrid. There are honorable members who are joining us virtually, and also there are honorable members who are joining us from here. So please bear that in mind. The session, as always, is conducted on the three SADC PF languages, which is Portuguese, French, and English. Please kindly request or maybe choose the channel on the devices that you have in order to be able to follow the proceedings correctly with the language of your choice. In terms of the broadcast for today, the session is going to be recorded for later broadcast on DSTV channel 408, which is Parliament of RSA TV channel. But also we are live streaming it on various sessions, on various platforms, which is our Twitter account. And also it's going to be live streamed also on Facebook. We kindly request on our members to ensure that just to be aware that this session is being live streamed on those sessions. In terms of the proceedings of the day, I will go straight into the program without wasting any further time. I hand over now to the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum to do our welcoming remarks. SG, over to you.
Good morning, honorable members. Am I audible? Yes, good morning. Yes, I'm avoiding to take off my mask, so I'll speak as loud as I can. Apologies for that. The Vice President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, who has joined us virtually from Madagascar, our honorable chairpersons of our regional standing committees of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, honorable members, in accordance with your hierarchies, who are present here today and those who have joined us virtually, our esteemed facilitator and legal drafter, Ms. Eva Jala, Dr. Joseph Piso, and the gender experts from the SADC Secretariat Gender Unit, members of the Technical Working Group on Gender-Based Violence, in attendance virtually and here present, distinguished invited guests from civil society organizations, ladies and gentlemen from the media, comrades and friends from the SADC Parliamentary Forum and National Parliament. I'm humbled and yet immensely proud to welcome you all to this landmark joint session of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus and standing committees of the forum. I'm humbled by the gravity of the occasion because we meet today during this August joint session, not just to consider the final draft of the model law on gender-based violence, and to validate the same for onward recommendation to the 50th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, but also because in doing so, we are making history and leaving an indelible footprint on the region. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, history is being made in two distinct ways. Firstly, we are one step away from formally recommending the first ever model law of this nature for Southern Africa, which addresses gender-based violence in all its various forms and facets. This step was only possible because as an institution, we are dared to be different. We have chosen action over rhetoric. While the world acknowledges the increasing incidences of gender-based violence, particularly as we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic, we have committed to action within the remit of our legislative role over criticism and condemnation. Honorable members, we have chosen not to follow the beaten path of perceiving the fight against gender-based violence as somebody else's responsibility, as the executive's responsibilities, but have instead charted our own path by developing this historic model law on eradicating gender-based violence. Secondly, it is only befitting that we are targeting the adoption of the model law at the 50th Plenary Assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which will mark the Golden Jubilee session. Indeed, our Golden Jubilee marks the coming of age of our organization, and it is only appropriate that we celebrate this milestone by playing our part in promoting the principle of human rights and gender equality through collective responsibility within the SADC region. Through this model law, we are underlining that commitment, both in principle and practice, are critical. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, by validating this model law today, this August joint session will thus be recommending the first legal instrument made at regional level in the SADC region, which provides a normative framework to address violence that is gender-based, and thus that is linked to gender discrimination. The SADC regional strategy on gender-based violence, developed in 2018 to 2030, called for a human rights compliant legal norm to address gender-based violence accordingly. The SADC model law thus represents a significant stride in that linear direction. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I'm today moved and proud to be standing as the administrative head of a parliamentary organization where members of parliament have not been apprehensive in dealing with gender-based violence and speaking of gender-based violence issues openly with all stakeholders concerned. Never before has consensus on gender-based violence been reached at the regional level in this manner. And this aptly demonstrates the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus and other standing committees' respect for the commitment to pluralistic and participatory democracy. Indeed, as you may be aware, the SADC gender-based violence model law has been discussed extensively with over 17 different stakeholder groups, including human rights commissioners, SADC lawyers, SADC jurists, line ministries dealing with gender, prosecutors, police representatives, just to cite a few. Thus, the model law before you today is a product of intricate and extensive consultations, and the provisions have been tested not once, but over 17 times with a multiplicity of stakeholders who have authority across the SADC region to deal with gender-based violence from their corresponding professional and experiential perspectives. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, along the way, we have involved public and private stakeholders, as well as civil society organizations, media houses, religious and traditional leaders, to actively take part in the development of the gender-based violence model law. In short, the SADC Parliamentary Forum has ensured that the voices of Southern Africa citizens have been heard loud and clear. In line with our objective to promote participatory democracy under the SADC Parliamentary Forum Strategic Plan of 2019 to 2023, I can attest that participation has been optimal during the presentation of the model law. As the time-honored adage goes, Vox Populi, Vox Dei. That is, the voice of the people is the voice of God. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the adoption of the model law on gender-based violence could not have come at a more appropriate time. This August audience will recall that the 41st SADC Summit of Head of States and Government, which was held in Lilongwe, Malawi, on the 17th and 18th of August, 2021 this year, approved the much-awaited transformation proposal of the Southern African Development Parliamentary Forum into a SADC regional parliament. Did members hear that? With procedures underway for amending the SADC Treaty and developing a dedicated protocol. With the advent of the SADC Parliament, formal powers will be given to the organization to adopt and disseminate model laws for the SADC region. Hence, the advent of the SADC Parliament augurs well for the model law on gender-based violence, which will benefit from an additional parliamentary boost at both the regional and national level. I'm pleased to also share that the forum has already had positive discussions with our United Nations agencies, Sweden, and GIZ partners and other donors for assistance in spearheading the dissemination of the model law beyond its adoption by the plenary assembly through the development of manuals, videos, or other forms of advocacy content. Indeed, it will not be enough to adopt the model law and let it gather dust on the shelves of our parliamentary libraries. If it is to make a difference in the region and beyond, we must have a deliberate dissemination plan, for as the American author Margaret Cho rightly observed, and I quote, "The power of visibility can never be underestimated. We must create visibility because attention is currency," close quote. Altogether, there is thus no better time for the forum and soon to be the SADC Parliament to welcome the gender-based violence model law with open arms and to ensure that the model law thrives in various spheres for the benefit of the region. Before concluding my remarks, I wish to state that today we turn to this important step of adoption of the SADC model law section by section with the facilitation of our legal drafter. I encourage you to judiciously engage in the discussions and share in-country perspectives where you find it appropriate in view of giving the model law its final touch at committee level. As you are aware, the procedures at the SADC Parliamentary Forum is such that A clear recommendation in the form of a resolution from a joint session will make the adoption process by the plenary assembly easier and most straightforward. I thus thank you for being in attendance, for your final incisive reflections on this critically important model legislation and deliberating on same between yourselves in the spirit of solidarity driven by our collective desires to address this common scourge that is undermining the optimal socioeconomic development of our region. I'm confident that the model law will speak to the human rights values, the ethos that we hold dear after the validation by this August joint session. As we create history, I would like to express gratitude to the Honorable Chairperson of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Forum, Madam Anne-Marie Mbilambangu, and other chairpersons and members of the regional standing committees who have navigated through the process with unflinching leadership and have stood fearlessly for the noble cause of eliminating gender-based violence in the SADC region. Indeed, as the people's elected representatives, we owe it to the SADC citizenry and to posterity to stand for their interests, give voice to the voiceless without shirking from our responsibilities. Let me conclude with the sobering words of the utilitarian philosopher and father of parliamentarism, John Stuart Mill, who said, and I quote, "Let not anyone pacify his conscience by the delusion that he can do no harm if he takes no part and forms no opinion. Bad men need nothing more to compass their ends than that good men should look on and do nothing," close quote. With the development, validation, and adoption of the model law on gender-based violence, as SADC members of parliament, you have issued a bold declaration by refusing to stand aside and do nothing while the evil that is gender-based violence continues unabated. With these few words, I thank you and wish you a mutually edifying session and would like to declare this session open for today. Thank you, honorable members, for your kind attention. Before I take leave, let me also warmly extend our welcome and well wishes to members who have joined us following the elections in their countries. May the members rise for us to warmly welcome you. We have a delegation from Zambia. We have a delegation from Malawi, Seychelles, and the Democratic Republic of Tanzania, who are joining us for the first time, and warmly welcome you to the forum.
Thank you very much, SG, for those illuminating words and opening remarks. I'm sure honorable members are feeling very welcome in this session today. Honorable members, we are quickly moving to the objectives of the session. Please kindly note that there's an item on your programs that we are shelving for a little bit later on. That session is an opening address by the chairperson of the RWPC. In terms of the objectives of the meeting for today, the objectives are to basically, the objectives of this joint session, honorable members, are to give standing committees of the SADC-PF and the RWPC an opportunity to review and validate the draft SADC model law on gender-based violence. And these objectives are to comprehensively review and validate the draft SADC model law on gender-based violence, clause by clause, to ensure that it contains all the legal principles, guidelines, and obligations that are stipulated in the regional and international agreements. The second objective is to assist the SADC-PF draftsperson to ensure that the model law complies with international legal drafting codes. The third one is to propose amendments to the model law that are legally correct, are written comprehensively, and in grammatically correct English, French, and Portuguese. The fourth one is to ensure that the proposed model law is efficacious to meet its policy or legal objectives in a legally efficient manner. The fifth one is to ensure that when finalized, the model law is acceptable, enforceable, and is flexible so that it can be adopted by all the SADC member states. Those are the objectives of the session for today, honorable members. I now move to the next session of the program. This session is going to be facilitated by the drafter, the legal drafter of the model law, Ms. Eva Jala. Ms. Jala. My apologies, all members. I now hand over to the chairperson of the session, who will also do the final program for the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, SG. I was just listening to the media officer who was taking my chair without my permission. Well, this group has given me this chance. I was very surprised. SG, you have said it all, and we are all going to speak very loudly because we cannot afford removing our masks. Because as we are seated here, we are the privileged that God has given us life after the COVID-19 pandemic. So we should all thank God for that and keep on asking for his grace. Not only that, but we should also ask God for his wisdom so that whatever we are going to deliberate here should be justice. As I'm seated here chairing this meeting, I'm only going to see that all of you get the chance to participate while our draftsperson, our drafter, Eva Thala, is going to take us through in many things which you have already discussed. And today, we are going to consider how we should carry on from today onwards. The model law on clause, we are going through to see the model law or to go page by page on the model law. We are also going to explain the notes on SADC model law on gender-based violence. And we're also going to see the structure of GBV model law. Finally, we are going to agree how to take on from today. SG, you have said it all. I'm not going to repeat what you have already said and explained. I'm only going to ask all members, honorable members seated here, to be very attentive while we are going to be taken through. May I now invite Eva Thala to take us through, the drafter. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, honorable members of parliament, honorable participants from civil society, may I simply say, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Sorry about that. Today, I think, is a very important day for SADC PF. Having gone this far, as the SG has already pointed out, this is a validation workshop, but obviously you'll also wish to review the contents of the SADC model law on GBV. That's why we'll be going clause by clause with it. We'll start off with the explanatory notes, as the chair has indicated. The explanatory notes are part of the GBV model law, and it gives you an insight as to how we developed the model law, the research that we undertook in all the SADC PF member states, and the considerations that were taken into account in developing the model law, the provisions of the model law. As you all know by now, after having read the model law, and I won't be going into reading the model law because I know you have already read it, I'll quickly just explain it. The model law is a guiding tool for SADC member states to enable them to develop effective policies and efficacious laws on gender-based violence. The GBV model law is not designed in the exact style, as you see, and form of legislation in your national parliaments. The design is such as to communicate the law and the policy behind the law clearly, so as to enable your legislative drafters come up with effective legislative provisions for inclusion in national laws. So it is a guiding tool. And this won't be the first of the guiding tools issued by regional and international organizations. The UN, the African Union, SADC Parliamentary Forum itself have issued many model laws to help member states develop efficacious laws in their national jurisdictions. So that's the major reasons why we come up with model laws. So let me quickly just state that the model law will provide the following: guidance on the scope and content of GBV provisions to be provided for in national GBV laws, encourage national legislatures to enact GBV laws where these do not exist, or where they do exist but do not conform with this model law, to review such laws and enact irrelevant GBV laws that conform with this model law. And I think this is very important because we know, and we should admit, that in most of our jurisdictions, we don't have the capacity to do intensive research into these issues, which are topical and are drawbacks to our socioeconomic development. The third reasons for this is to give support to national laws during the implementation stage, especially where gaps still exist. And you'll see as we go along that we provide profound provisions on regulations and guidelines for member states so that during implementation, there's no problems or major problems in implementing GBV model laws, which have been problematic in our jurisdictions so far. So it is a yardstick to national policy analysts, legislators, and implementers as to best practices in enacting and dealing with GBV. It reinforces a commonality of a regional approach. And this is also important in dealing with GBV laws, measures and strategies to help eliminate GBV. So you'll note from the model law as we proceed that it has extraterritorial jurisdiction, which is important in fighting GBV across borders. We should be by now developing commonality of approaches in dealing with this sort of crime. And it is a stimulus for debate, awareness, and advocacy. So let us proceed as to the rationale and objectives of the model law. And if you see from your screens, and you can see from my screen there, that we're actually looking at the last version, which is a tracked version of the model law. The tracked insertions were made by all the stakeholders that we consulted, and we've inputted them. In certain instances, for you who are following the process up to date, I had promised as the drafter to enhance certain provisions in relation to access to justice, so as to ensure that the law is efficacious and access to justice is real in terms of a human rights-based approach. So the model law is tracked for you to easily follow the changes that we made to the original document that we had issued to you. So what are the rationale and objectives of the model law? We all know that GBV is an affront to human rights. So we have taken a human rights approach in developing this model law. What is the definition of GBV? We have provided extensive interpretation and definitions of what GBV is. The current UN definition of GBV is that it's an act of gender-based violence that results in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, or psychological harm or suffering to women, including threats of such acts, coercion, or arbitrary deprivation of liberty, whether occurring in public or in public life. SADC has a similar definition, which is all acts perpetuated against women, men, boys, and girls on the basis of their sex, which causes or could cause them physical, sexual, psychological, emotional, or economic harm, including the threat to take such acts or to undertake the imposition of arbitrary restrictions on or deprivations of fundamental freedoms in private or public life, or in public life, or in peacetime and during situations of armed or other forms of conflict. So you'll see that SADC recognizes that GBV covers domestic violence, sexual harassment in the workplace, human trafficking, and sexual and emotional abuse, to name a few examples. When referring to GBV, SADC recognizes that the discussion is not just about the act of violence, but also about education and prevention, as well as victim assistance. So the model law that you'll be looking at is very profound. It's extensive in its outlook as to what GBV is. It takes, as I keep emphasizing, a human rights-based approach in ensuring that every person is entitled to access to justice, and that the law is not restricted to women alone. It's open, it's gender neutral. So that's what is important. It's a gender neutral instrument in fighting GBV. Sorry, there's just something wrong with my. When developing the model law, we actually discovered that there's a lot of inadequacy in your national laws on GBV. We had a research team which undertook research in every SADC PF member state as to what were the fundamental elements of your laws dealing with GBV. And these were found to be quite inadequate. And because of the inadequacy, GBV was not decreasing. In fact, it was increasing in your member states. We found that most of your legislation have certain loopholes, lacunas, which are gaps in the legislation. The provisions lack scope or content. They are fragmented, inconsistent, conflict in allocation of mandates, are ambiguous or generally vague as to meaning, privilege, entitlement, or right. They lack adequate access to justice provisions to enable and capacitate the various players in the criminal justice and administrative systems at various stages to prevent, receive, investigate, attend, prosecute, and decide on GBV cases and enforce decisions and protect victims of GBV. They lack adequate compliance and enforcement measures, making the law inefficacious and not having the impact it was intended to have. They lack adequate provisions to ensure sufficient and sustainable resources, especially resources, not enough resources are actually allocated to fighting GBV, resulting in lack of administrative and financial capacity to deal with GBV. They lack provisions acknowledging and addressing the nexus between statelessness and GBV on one hand, and forced migration and GBV on the other hand. And they lack inclusion of asylum seekers, migrants, and others on the move, as well as stateless persons. I think I'll stop there as an introduction and hand over now to you so that we go clause by clause, since you have already read the GBV model law and its explanatory memorandum, to give you a chance to input into the explanatory memorandums as well. I just thought it was important that I dealt with the first 3 or 4 pages to just bring to the fore what we took into account and the problems that we encountered in looking at your legislation. Now I'll turn back to the program and allow you to input into the explanatory memorandums. So I'll go back to page 1 so that you can start your input.
Thank you very much, Eva, for the introduction presentation. And as you said, you are giving us the freedom now or chance to contribute physically. I understand it was also done online before, and other countries sent their drafts to the secretariat, but now that it is pleases God that we are here physically, it is also nice we hear it after every country held a discussion with the member countries, since it touches the constitution. Now I invite you members to give your contributions, but all of you being member of parliament, I think we should also agree on time. How many minutes should everyone be given to give he or her contribution? Because if you say, okay, welcome all, one will even wish to speak for 10 minutes and there are no any permission to stop him or her. Will you please agree on time? 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Then once I stop. How many minutes, please? Okay. Taken 3 minutes. So if you are given chance to give your contribution, 3 minutes. And who is the timekeeper? Paulina? You know the secretariat well. Okay, welcome. Just raise up your flag, or if you're not seated with your flag, your hand. Welcome, Member of Parliament from Eswatini. We are starting. 3 minutes for you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a clarification comment. And thank you very much for the quite comprehensive resume that has been given concerning the very important model law, gender-based violence. I'm just wondering, without actually discussing or displaying dirty linen here, I don't think this forum would be suitable for that. Some of us have what we call comprehensive legislation on the subject matter. Is it possible some idea as to what was found in respect of each jurisdiction, each country, so that at the end of the day, it should make sense to us where we are doing well, where we could do well, instead of being maybe complacent. We have as a very thick one back home, maybe as thick as this one. Now, what are the chances of knowing how we are doing as a country? But I know it may be difficult here, but I'm sure your comments to this regard would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would advise before you respond, everyone, you should take at least 3, 4 suggestions from honorable members and then back to you, Eva. Is that okay? Okay, we'll continue. Another member, please. Any contribution, even for those who are online? Okay. Welcome, honorable member from Seychelles. If you wish, you can also introduce yourself, because in the morning, we were not all here. So just introduce yourself and carry on, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Rosie Bistoke, Honorable Rosie Bistoke from the Parliament of the Republic of Seychelles. I find that this document is very comprehensive, which can be domesticated by member states. Like Seychelles, we don't have such a law, but we have others that can sort of be integrated. And I would like to provide my input on the rationale and objectives in regards to, because I haven't seen anything in regards to climate change. Probably one of the issues that is affecting the whole population worldwide in regards to the change which affects certain groups, especially when it comes to climate change. We have the weather changes, heavy rainfalls, we have droughts, and we have farmers that are trying their level best to find a livelihood, farmers at the same time. So probably it will be sort of integrated into there are lots of phenomena that is really causing the taking away the livelihood of people. And probably climate change should be considered into the rationale and the objectives of the documents. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Another show of hand, please. The first honorable member, please. On my left, the lady, Zimbabwe, from Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much. My name is Goodluck Kwaramba from Zimbabwe, as you've already mentioned. I want to thank you for coming up with these terms, but I would like to refer you to page 9, heading 1.2.
Can
I go ahead?
Inferno,
I feel the term should be rational and not rational. And also on page 9, under the same heading, the SADC definition, I feel it is more inclusive than the UN definition, as we are witnessing increasing incidences of GBV against men and not just against women. It is no longer a women's narrative anymore. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I am sure everything is taken. May I now invite our honorable from Botswana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, honorable members. Once again, actually, this is a very, very interesting topic and something of concern. I think in the whole world, like the climate change issues, one was, my sister from Seychelles was saying, but I'll be brief because in my country, I think the year 2020 and 2021, I think in our parliament, that was the issue which was being discussed almost every day. And I think we ended up making some laws which is looking at this gender-based violence. And again, we did a lot by making some specialized courts specifically for this scourge, which have come with a serious challenge and effect in our communities. And by so doing, I think for me it was a right step. We're in a good direction because these things, as you are aware, almost even in Southern Africa, in televisions, you will find that people are being killed. This is this, this is this. So then in our country, then these cases were taking long for perpetrators to be prosecuted. Then that's why as a parliament, we ended up coming up with a law, making some policies which goes to facilitate this thing which was now, I remember in statistics, don't know whether it was Botswana and which countries whereby they were saying that this world ratings it seems as this gender-based violence is up there. So that's why we did take such a step as a parliament on behalf of our electorate or our people. So actually, I know that when we come here, maybe we are delegations of 7, 8, maybe we just saw these notes without maybe as a country having to discuss to make our country position, which is very important, like my friend, my honorable member from Swaziland was saying. Actually, sometimes we find that it is more like difficult for us maybe to deliberate it like we are deliberating climate change, looking at the laws which are governing our countries and our parliament. Also, it was supposed to be, could have taken that route if possible, that we discuss as a delegates and then we take a position. But because all we are here, I think it will be from you, Madam Chair, to see how we go forward. But it's an open thing which we can discuss and find a way forward as SADC. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, our brother honorable from Botswana. Later on, the Secretary General will give a word on that and the rest. Any other show of hand? Now, I saw one from Seychelles at the back.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is that Mozambique or Seychelles?
Yes, Seychelles.
Seychelles, and then
Thank you,
I'll
Madam
come
Chair.
to Mozambique.
I wanted to point out two things, Madam Chair. In the context of Seychelles, we have a domestic violence law, which was passed last year, and it was ascended in June, but still yet we don't have a commencement date. We have to find a commencement date, but because we are still trying to work out who will be the custodian of this piece of legislation, so we have it passed, but we have not yet started with a commencement date. And on the document in front of us, Madam Chair, on page 9, where it says that all acts perpetrated against women, men, boys, and girls on the basis of their sex, which could cause them physical, sexual, or psychological, emotional, economic harm. My point when I'm looking at this document is, where does the LGBTI comes in here, and where does the transgender comes in here under this law? Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I now invite our honorable from Mozambique?
Muito obrigado, bom dia a todos. Queria agradecer a palavra que me é dada e dizer que para Moçambique concordamos plenamente com o que foi dito, portanto, pegando as palavras da apresentadora, a oradora, que eu saúdo pela eloquência com que apresentou este tema tão importante para a vida dos nossos povos, das nossas sociedades. Portanto, ela dizia que nunca houve tanto consenso, não é, sobre a luta contra a violência baseada no gênero. Tanto para dizer que Moçambique, e concordando com ela, Moçambique tem se empenhado com afinco e determinação neste processo, embora reconheça que é um processo desafiante, né, de certa forma. E nós em Moçambique já discutimos, aprovamos várias leis que nos ajudam, que podem dar também alguma ajuda, uma contribuição para este debate que nós estamos a desenvolver em relação a esta proposta que é apresentada aqui no nosso Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. Por exemplo, eu vou dar alguns exemplos. Temos a Lei da Família, né? A Lei número 10/2004, 4, temos, portanto, a lei de família, que regula as questões relacionadas com a nossa família. Lei número 6, também, de 9 de julho, a lei que estabelece o regime jurídico aplicável à prevenção e combate ao tráfico de pessoas, em particular mulheres e crianças. Portanto, podemos ir buscar lá alguma contribuição para podermos dar nesta fase de construção desta proposta de lei. E também temos outras leis ligadas à promoção e proteção dos direitos da criança, e a lei também sobre a violência doméstica praticada contra a mulher. Portanto, para dizer que nós, como Moçambique, consideramos que esta proposta de lei modelo é pertinente e oportuna. Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado. Era isso que eu queria dizer. Obrigado.
Thank you so much. It seems as if the room is hot now. It's starting the discussion even before. Now, before the rest will continue, but then before I go back to our drafter, may I invite Secretary General to say something?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I don't know how to put it. Allow me, honorable members. We are online. The whole SADC is watching us. The objectives of the meeting were read this morning. The documents have been shared. It's been 4 months now with national parliaments. At this point, we are reviewing the law before us. It is not criticism for any country. The landscape in SADC has been shared. Recognizing that there are improvements in other countries, and in others, there are gaps. And that is the spirit with which we must look and go through this model law. Countries will invariably be at different levels with our national legislation. If the model law in any country is below the standard of the country, that is appreciated. At this point, the model law is supposed to be looked at as a yardstick. It is not going to be taken and change your national laws and water down those laws that are excellent in your countries. It is meant to assist countries that will see a benefit to match against what we have done and improve on what they have. I believe that that will be helpful, honorable members, to take on board. So if we sequence our reading of the model law document in a manner that allows us to go through it and give input as we go along, without reading into it to mean that the experiences of our countries have not been taken on board, it would be helpful, because they were taken on board. And there was a study that was done indicating where countries are and where countries may need to improve. I humbly submit, Honorable Chair, so that we proceed in that fashion. We are not to share our country's experiences at this point unless it's related to a section where we would like to make an improvement on the model law. I hope that guidance suffices and, understood from that. Yeah, it would be disappointing that after 4 months, some countries have not received the model law at all and are seeing it for the first time.
Thank you very much, SG. We've heard you well. On my left, our Member of Parliament from Namibia want to say something, but so far now, I should also confirm to you that I have taken 7 suggestions, and I wish to hear from our drafter something to respond on those 7 before we proceed. 3 were from male honorable members, or 4 from male honorable members, and 4, there are 8 from female honorable members. So it's 50-50 already. Will you please respond to those before we proceed?
Madam Chair, I think SG has touched on some of the issues. The major issue here was the sharing of the research outcomes that our group of researchers has done. I think those were shared to all member states. SG can maybe confirm that. The purpose of this particular session is to not only review, yes, but to validate what most of you have already commented on the model law and suggested changes. Some were your representatives, some were from civil society organizations and so forth. For example, was it the speaker from, I can't remember which country, who actually made comments on the rationale and the objectives of the model law, which we have taken into account. If you look at Zimbabwe, yeah, which we have already taken into account, and you can see there's some red there. So that's the whole purpose, is for you to improve and validate what is on the screen, but most of you have the document in front of you, and I'm sure you have already come with your comments, having read the documents, because the purpose is to improve and enhance the provisions of the model law before they go for adoption by the final organ of SADC PEF. If I'm correct, SG, maybe you can say something.
Eva, you are on the right path, and I don't have anything to add on that. And if that is the case, then we proceed with the remaining members of parliament, and then we close and you carry on, okay?
Madam Chair, I thought we are going now clause by clause. We are on rationale and objectives. And the next
Before you
one
proceed,
is,
please.
Yes.
You know, I have a neighbor here. Please.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Vipwa Moharukwa from Namibia, Member of Parliament. I was sort of surprised or taken aback by the fact that researchers found that GBV in SADC is on the rise as a whole. In fact, I have actually written a note to the SG asking, is this also the case in Namibia? The reason why one would be surprised is because, you know, sometimes you don't do that introspection enough to see how good or how effective the measures that you have in place. Maybe if that is really and indeed the case, this model law is probably one of the most important things that SADC must do to guide member states to make our internal or domestic laws effective in dealing with this crime, for lack of a better word, in SADC. This brings me to clause, or the rationale as it was said, 1.2.2. And in that regard, I make the following comment, that indeed this issue of GBV is one that is almost like youth issues, one that is cross-cutting, the one that depends on so many stakeholders, so many institutions, sometimes state institutions, to actually work. And if there is no concerted effort, or if one of these actors actually fail in their duties, it takes the whole effort, or the whole, the whole effort to curb GBV back. For example, we in Namibia would have, say, for instance, safe houses that is linked to the Ministry of Gender and Child Welfare. We have witness protection laws. We have a Domestic Violence Act. We have a Rape Act. But sometimes you would find that even if a man goes to a police station to report a GBV issue, because of a specific societal perceptions, at times the police officers would not find it very serious. So it is perhaps good that we are thinking about this model law and enacting it, and that this very clause 1.22 talks about capacity building and education. What one wants to add there is that perhaps we should be more geared towards having these functions, not necessarily centralized, but having a sort of a watchdog in, I see my neighbor is lifting a hand, in the form of, say, for instance, a GBV ombudsman, so as to have a single body or a single institution that really keeps an eye and watch over this issue. That's all I wanted to comment on that 1.22.
Thank you very much. Now the rest will get chance to discuss when we go chapter by chapter, okay? Welcome, Eva.
Madam Chair, I think there's a hand over there and there.
To be very honest, there was also a hand from Tanzania, but now I stopped because you wanted it so that you carry us through chapter by chapter. Is that not the one, is that not you who advised me so? Or I should leave it for them first?
No, I'll go chapter by chapter, Madam Chair.
Agreed.
We are now inadequacy of national laws on GBV.
On a point of order, when we dive into the chapters, will you allow us to then talk about issues to do with objectives as well? Because I quickly wanted to speak to the strengthening of the objectives. If you may allow me a couple of seconds.
Please, please, please. Yeah, so 1.2, rationale and objectives. Any comments? I think that's the way I'll proceed so that we go through it quickly. I'm taking comments on rationale and objectives.
I'm just requesting the room to be quiet because people are online and there were noises are bringing problem. I'm getting advices from all over.
Maybe to help explain that, honorable members, we're on an open microphone, which is picking your voices. That is why when you speak where you are, it gets recorded, we can hear because of the size of the room. So we kindly request that maybe we use our pens to share notes so that we don't have a lot of interference.
May we proceed, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Can we have comments?
I'm the one who is chairing. Drafter, follow me now. I've given you the chance to carry us through. So we are following you, please.
Thank you, Madam. Can we have the honorable there make his comment?
Oh, thank you, Madam Jala. I hope I'm not totally lost, but I was applying my mind to page 54 on objectives, and I thought certain issues are important for further strengthening of those. For instance,
Honorable member, can I interfere? Let's concentrate on the explanatory memorandum first.
No,
and then when we get to the objectives, then you can input from there.
okay.
Because the explanatory memorandum should be a reflection of what we'll find, but in very summary form. So if you have any objectives you want to see clearly come out, and then you can make a comment here. And then we shall mirror them there. But otherwise, I think it's preferable you wait till we reach page 54. Just mark your copy and we'll come there. Any comments on rationale? Honorable member, you can proceed. I can't see your tag. Yes.
If I
please.
see your hand up, you mean you are going to comment something on rationale? And 3 minutes.
We are going systematically through the documents, Honorable Chair. So we are starting with explanatory notes as per the program. After we finish the explanatory notes, and then we'll get to the substantive chapters of the GBV model law. But now we are looking at the explanatory notes in case members want to enhance the explanatory notes. That's what we are looking at. So if we can be systematic, we'll move faster. Can I take comments on 1.2?
I see a hand from Namibia. No, Namibia. Okay.
Good morning. Mine was just, my name is Philippus Vido Catamelo. As indicated on page 9, exemplary note. Let me just read and for better understanding. When referring to GVB, SADC recognizes that the discussion is not just about the act of violence, but also about education, prevention, as well as victim assistance. I was saying for improvement and evaluation, monitoring and evaluation of tracking of what takes place is for me paramount to measure it. You know, sometimes we have got good models, or let me be within the 3 minutes. When you look at the Oscar Pistorius case, in terms of the legal framework that we follow, is that you need also a brilliant prosecutor to surface against a brilliant defense attorney. If those two are not compatible, if Barry Rue was not in the equal class of Harry Nell, then the evidence in terms of the court proceedings we follow could have not been able to come at the judgment that was delivered. So I'm saying we need also to build in a feedback mechanism or a monitor. 3 minutes. Okay. Now, all I'm saying is, for me, I don't know, maybe it's there under prevention or what, but we need to monitor the aspect of the effectiveness as we go along in order to track and be of precise guidance in terms of the application of the model law.
Thank you very much. From Zambia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we are slowly losing out on our objective for this conference. I think that we are here to make this document read better. If I understood it, that's what we are here for.
Yes.
And I think the drafter made it quite clear what we are dealing with is to improve rationale and objectives. So I think I'm seeking your indulgence, Madam Chair, to be firm and not entertain anything else that takes us away from what you've already intended, to stick to the document page by page, paragraph by paragraph. I think that's what we're here to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable from Zambia. And there's where we are on rationale and objectives. If you don't have anything on rationale and the objectives, don't raise your flag, please. A hand from South Africa. No, I mean this one, Eswatini. DRC Congo.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is what I'm going to refer to as it may be, but for posterity, 1.2, is it rational or rational? I thought it was rational. Oh, it's corrected already. Okay, thank you. The other one is simply semantics. Maybe it's what I would like. Again, I'm open, it's semantics. Boys and girls on the basis of their sex, sexual orientation. Isn't that sounding better? South Africa. Thank you.
Finish up. How would you like it to read?
Okay, now that we have rationale corrected, I am on the definition, which I think the SADC definition, I really like it. All aspects, all acts perpetuated against women, men, boys, and girls. That should be underlined anyway. But I'm saying on the basis of their sexual orientation, rather just kind of broaden sexual orientation.
Thank you.
Submit, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I think you didn't want all of them to be mentioned when it comes to gender. Women, men, boys, and girls. The drafter is raising a hand. Please.
Madam Chair, that is a direct quotation. It's in inverted commas, so we can't change it. So in order to help members, we have now decided to put all the other definitions that we have actually stated in the model law to the rationale. So I can see there's some problems in sort of, I don't know, rationalizing the definitions. These are quoted definitions, but there's so many other definitions related to gender sensitive definitions of GBV, which we have used in the model law. But to make it easier for members to understand, we are going to migrate those and reflect them under rationale. But please, we can't change anything in quotations, because that is what SADC PF has defined as gender-based violence.
Well understood. Thank you. Now I go to DRC Congo.
Oui, merci. C'est la sénatrice Nefertiti Ngoudianza de la RDC. Après avoir entendu les explications qui viennent nous être données, je pourrais dire que c'est sans objet, parce que mon inquiétude était par rapport à la différence qu'il y a entre la définition qui est fournie par l'ONU et la définition fournie par la SADC. L'ONU qui limite seulement les actes perpétrés contre les femmes, mais la SADC a élargi aux hommes, aux filles et aux garçons. Bon, au vu de ce qui viennent de nous être donné comme explication, je vois que comme il s'agit d'une citation, on ne peut pas changer encore quelque chose là-dessus. Merci.
Drafter, please.
Correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you. There was someone from South Africa raising hand here. Oh, finished. Are you now all through? Did I see another hand? Where is it? Yes, South Africa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It has been long. I was raising my hand and it's like now I'm lost. But what I wanted to see, it may be installed as one of the objectives. It has been stated here as by the crafters that there is a rise of GBV, and I think that it's happening in all the member states. The suggestion that I wanted to bring in was that maybe if we can say, in order to see GBV being treated well or given an opportunity by each member state, why can't it be one of the lessons that is taught in schools, starting from the early stages, like in a primary school, kids to be taught about GBV? Because I don't think the model law is there for us as adults, but it needs to be installed to our kids, growing up knowing what is good for them, or what is it that they can do, what is it that they cannot do, in order to make sure that it goes step by step and reaches the stage of adult. Meanwhile, it had been installed from them to them from the early ages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I go to Namibia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My intervention is just to really look at the last paragraph that talks about gender-based violence is not only has terrible effects on the victim, but impacts negatively on society at large, with serious social and economic consequences. I would probably suggest that, yes, we are aware that gender-based violence has impacts on social and economic aspect, but could we rather strengthen that paragraph so it sounds more urgent in terms of how we can link it also to the development process or progress of states. Therefore, creating this model is imperative and has a direct change to the development of this nation states within this who will adopt the model, so that it just comes out stronger. Because I believe that with serious social and economic consequences, it's quite vague statement. Just to strengthen it a bit, if the House allows.
Okay, now I go to Zambia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I wanted to suggest is we seem to have struggled with this. Why don't we adopt that rationale and objectives is officially adopted and we move on? Because we seem to be digressing from the essence of our meeting.
You hear our colleague, our honorable member from Zambia, that having heard all those suggestions, is it not right that we adopt that rationale and objectives are taken as they are written with all the corrections? Any support on that move? Raise your flags if you support it. Otherwise, we are going to.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, sorry. Madam Chair, from here, we can't hear some of the honorable's comments. And then if they could direct us to the exact paragraph where they want to see changes, it would be easier for us. Because we didn't hear the last two speakers. So, yeah, the speaker before the Zambian spoke. If she could just repeat. I know the first one was talking about that we should reflect, I think it was South Africa, the actions, the preventative measures that you wanted to see. And those we actually do reflect them in, I think, chapter 7 of the GBV law. But now we're just talking about the rationale. And I was asking if the honorable members wanted to add other objectives, then we'll be happy to put them in here. Yeah, because you know, with the mask, the sound is very muffled. So we need maybe to remove the mask just for a few minutes, speak, and then put it back on. Otherwise, we really, truly speaking, Madam Chair, we can't hear what the honorable members are trying to suggest.
I've heard of your suggestion, Eva. Eva is suggesting that, the drafter is suggesting that while speaking or giving a comment, please remove your masks so that you'll be heard. But that is voluntary. Is not, is a wish. I mean, nobody is going to force you to remove your mask. If you can shout like me, well. So she would like Namibia and Zimbabwe to repeat. And Namibia is the honorable in red.
Yes.
And if you have seated for so long, I also give you a chance to stand up so that you can be heard.
I
well.
prefer maybe just removing the mask.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to look at the last statement that talks about with serious social and economic consequences. I would probably like if the drafters strengthen that sentence to see so that the urgency of this issue comes out in terms of how gender-based violence directly impacts the development of states. Therefore, implementing a model could help with the obviously challenge, dealing with the challenges around gender-based violence, but directly also enhancing development of nation states. So that, that sentence just comes out a bit stronger in terms of the objectives.
Did you get her?
Very clear, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The other one was from Zimbabwe, I think. The two before Zambia, it was Namibia, and then it was from Zimbabwe. She requested, the drafter requested repetition. The problem is, up to now, we don't know each other names. So I'm just mentioning the country. And if you spoke earlier, then please come up.
Which one are you referring to for Zimbabwe?
Thank you, Honorable. I'm very sure it is you.
On the rationale.
Drafter just request that you repeat what you said earlier.
Okay, thank you very much. But mine was taken on board.
Excuse
It
me,
was corrected.
she's requesting you to repeat without
Okay,
your mask.
you want me to repeat?
Without your mask.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Yes, want to repeat.
Sorry, the problem is she did not hear you well, so she requested.
Because mine was corrected
Madam-
today on rationale. Hey.
If she's not the one, then will you
It was
please put
someone
off
from
your
this
speakers?
side.
Put off your speakers.
I think it was
But
Malawi.
The two of you, Zambia and Zimbabwe, put off your speakers. It was DRC Congo. Okay. The lady from, the honorable from DRC Congo, please.
Oui, merci. Je suis dans le point 1.2.1 au 4e tiré où il est mentionné qu'il y a un manque de dispositions adéquates pour garantir des ressources suffisantes et durables, ce qui entraîne un manque de capacité administrative et financière pour prendre en charge la VBG. Mais moi, j'aimerais proposer ici que les termes victimes puissent être ressortis clairement, qu'il s'agisse ici de la prise en charge financière des victimes. Voilà la proposition que j'avais. Merci.
Eva, please. Did you get her? Did you hear her well now?
I understand she's referring to lack of adequate resources, but she wants to add in victims to be taken care of. So is it in the generalized phrase which is there, Madam Chair? Because we are not referring to any specific person, but generally to what is lacking in the laws. So maybe the other honorable members can help us. She once added their victims under the generalized lack of resources.
Madam from DRC Congo, since you are speaking in French and we are getting the interpretation, did you hear what the draft suggests?
Oui, j'ai bien suivi. C'est pourquoi tantôt quand je parlais, là, on voit le manque de capacité administrative et là, on voit tout ce qui va avec la gestion de la justice et tout ça. Mais quand on parle de l'incapacité financière pour prendre en charge, il y a un aspect, l'aspect finance, qui, au fait, découle de la prise en charge judiciaire des violences basées sur le genre, mais il y a aussi un aspect assez important, c'est cet aspect de réparation dans le chef, je dirais, au bénéfice des victimes. Et je pense quand même que si on veut parler ici de loi type, il faudrait que nous puissions faire en sorte que les États membres intégrer aussi cet aspect réparation dans leurs lois respectives. Merci.
Okay. Okay, I think I've understood what she wants done, Madam Chair. So let me just put in something to see whether this will suit her.
On that note, there's a question, Honorable Chair.
Eva, are you doing it right now?
Yeah, I just want to. So, Madam, I've added resulting in lack of judicial, rehabilitative, administrative, and financial capacity to deal with GBV. Is that fine? I'm trying to understand you and follow you. Is that okay?
Speak up.
I think it's okay. Je crois que ça va. Merci.
Thank you very much. Okay. Honorable member from Lesotho.
No. Thank you, Honorable Chair. It's just that I thought we were still on the rationale because we didn't. Then what's just been edited is on the. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Back to you, Eva. And as you are following you, just mention the page and the topic.
Unfortunately, the application which they've used to beam there don't have the page, but I'll go through the numbering of the paragraphs. So we are on paragraph 1.2.2, National Legislative and Institutional Frameworks. Any comments, any suggestions?
I don't see any hand up.
I'll go to paragraph 1.2.3, paradigm shift in legislative system for GBV. Any comments, any suggestions?
Suggestion from my neighbor from Namibia on 1.2.2. And before I give him chance, may I ask you something, Draft? Is it not possible that we adopt paragraph by paragraph?
Procedurally, you want to adopt each time that will be left. SG, maybe you can help me there. It's a procedure issue.
Welcome, SD. Thank you, Madam Chair. Let us be guided by members. Maybe it is more efficient for them in that manner. Section by section would have been better, but if it's, when you look at the earlier versions, how it is crafted, we may go by, let's say, adopt 1.1, 1.2, in that manner.
Draft. You have heard what SG just suggested as well.
Oh yeah, apologies. Can you hear me? Is it better? Yes, I was indicating that when we look at the document, probably in order to move swiftly, let us adopt section by section.
The only problem, Madam SG, with adoption at this stage is that you may want to go back to that paragraph which you already adopted, and then you start changing. I think it's best that you do your final adoption at the end, and then you say adopted as amended. That will be much better for this time of your thing. Maybe the last adoption process, it will be easier to do that. But for now, because they are reviewing, they are changing. So they've got the mandate to go back to the beginning and said, why don't you add some of these into the rationale? For example, I think it was Zambia, who wanted to add some things from the objectives into the rationale. So they can still go back. But if it's adopted already and then you start amending at that stage, I think, I don't know, it's really up to the members what they want to do.
No,
and
you're
we'll oblige.
correct. You're correct. It was a matter of maybe not adoption is the wrong way, but just to allow us to transition, not stopping them from going back to look at it so that we make progress. Just for now, I don't know what word to use, but or we can just proceed accordingly, and even at the end, I don't know. Yeah, let's take what the drafter is saying and move in that way, because technically she's correct, procedurally she's correct, but it was just an issue so that then we are going to be fluid to go back and forth. We may be stagnant in one area. That was my concern.
Thank you very much, SG. I had already allowed my neighbor from Namibia to give his comment on 1.2.2.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick one. Earlier on, we suggested, because of the nature of GBV, it would be prudent to try and have an institution that checks the effectiveness of the implementation of the model law, but also the impact of the respective domestic laws on GBV. The term that I've used is, say, for instance, a GBV ombudsperson, but the crux of it is that aspect of effectiveness. Shouldn't we then, as the drafters of the model law, have that as an objective, that we actually want the member states to ensure that they have a body that actually tracks and checks the effectiveness of these laws, and if so, that it comes out in these objectives.
Back to you, Eva.
Madam Chair, maybe you could repeat what the honorable member from Namibia wants, because it's very difficult to hear if they're not speaking loud.
Yes, at 1.2.2, it comes out that there are many players that are involved in curbing GBV. And for that reason, the efforts are not that much concerted, are not concentrated in one body. Shouldn't we then, as the drafters of this model law, have it as an objective that member states should, as far as possible, try and concentrate these efforts for impact's sake, but two, that we have a single body that monitors the effectiveness and impact of the implementation of this draft of this model law, but also the impact of the respective domestic laws that will emanate from here as an objective. That be one of the objectives, that we want member states to track the effectiveness of the model law.
Madam Chair, when we're given instructions, I thought we have the Parliamentary Committee on Model Laws that is the coordinating body for SADC PF. So as you notice, in this model law, unlike the model law on child marriages that we had done just before this, we did try to put in a coordinating body, which was removed because now SADC PF has created that coordinating body. Maybe SG can give us better light on that, because we didn't include any coordinating body, but we're urging member states to ensure that there's coordination, there's communication, and consultation amongst the various actors in this field. Obviously, we cannot say that these actors should not exist, but we do want them to have complementary roles in GBV to make it more effective. But what they need is more effective coordination within the national states. Other countries have gender-based commissions. Others, they fall under one, like Office of the President and so forth. So it's up to the member states to ensure that there's effective coordination and consultations amongst themselves. But for the GBV model law, we did not put in a coordinating body because we believe there is now the parliamentary committee. Maybe SG can brief us quickly on that.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Okay.
Proceed.
No, the point being mentioned here is that for emphasis to encourage member states, let's reiterate the importance of them utilizing those functions for coordinating at the national level. Is that what was being, you're referring to the domestic level? Yeah. Yes, I think if we break for tea, maybe at this point it will be helpful, then we come back. We are more or less, yeah, let's break for tea and come back so that we can be able to streamline.
Well, and I'm sure we'll end up well. The first session is now over, but over for my time, not over for the activities. So may I take this opportunity now to introduce myself to you? I did not get the chance to introduce myself because we were late. My name is Charlie Raymond, Member of Parliament from Tanzania and Vice Chair of this session today, but chairing this first session. A few of you, or many of you have heard of Tanzania, I hope all of you. Our president is Samia Suluhu Hassan, Her Excellency. We have a lady president who is very strong and she wishes you all well. My speaker wishes you a very good meeting. And among us, we are four. May you all please, Tanzanians, rise up. They don't see you. Where is Kasim? Where is Hawa? Honorable Hawa? We thank you very much for giving us the privilege to share this first session. Thank you all.
Honourable members, the time now is 11:10. May we be back at 11:30 because we are many for the tea at 11:30. Thank you. Welcome back from tea, honorable members. Welcome back. You know what, Agnes? Where is Agnes now? Ndamuka. I'm wondering if we cannot move ever here. It won't be better to face the members.
If you don't, you think?
Why can't ever move here with Peggy?
What's the problem?
They can see the members pad. In that, can they move here, Eva and Peggy?
To come here to you.
Because they cannot, they're not sharing everything.
I think so.
They, they will see properly. They will also be able to face the members and see this. Let's move them quickly, yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah, it's a slow process to be fine.
And that's how members behave.
Yeah.
They don't get angry. You might be surprised, right? It's when I find out they were given the document.
No. in the. Yeah. All right, thank you so much. Bye-bye, sure.
She's using a direct cable from the system.
Ah,
And
okay.
it's too short, it can't reach you.
It's fine.
If
Fine.
she shares this online, the stream is free.
Okay, that's fine. It means that she must depend on me to see the hand.
I told her that she
Okay.
must coordinate
Okay,
directly with
okay,
you.
okay. Honourable members, may we start our session? Yes, thank you very much.
Welcome back, honorables. May we proceed with our technical session. This is a technical session now. As we all have agreed now, we are looking directly paragraph by paragraph. These are only explanatory notes. If you want them enhanced, you just have to say enhanced and make your suggestions as to how you want them enhanced. We shall note them and we proceed. After each paragraph, we shall actually ask you whether you want it any further amendments or proceed as amended. That's how we'll proceed because we are actually running behind time. So honorable members, I would plead that we focus on exactly what we want enhanced and not bring in any other comments relating to member states' experiences. If you may oblige us. Thank you, honorable members. Let us now proceed with 1.2.3 on page 12. Any comments on this? We had actually completed it, but if you have any suggestions, please proceed. 1.2.2. Yes, honorable. I can see your flag. Yes.
May I help you from this end to see and advise who's raised their hand?
Okay, so
Okay, we have Eswatini and then we have Seychelles.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, the facilitator. On 1.2.2, there is a caption there which I think is very profound. I wonder if we're not leaving it naked the way it is worded. In most SADC member states, there are no independent single regulators or management units dealing with matters relating to or impacting on GBV. What I'm suggesting to the House, that's a profound statement or caption as a result of the research done. And that resulted in maybe in this draft model law. First, maybe to understand what that means and what are we saying about it. I think what is lacking there, shouldn't we say what we recommend? Well, it's always recommending and not prescribing. I think to me, it is naked the way it is left like this, or it is left for someone's speculation to say, well, we are therefore saying this, which may not be what we are saying together here. In most SMS, there are no independent regulators, blah, 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 and so forth. And what are we saying about that? I think we could amplify it a little. That's my recommendation. I don't have the wording, the right wording, but I think we are not leaving it strong as it is. If we are strong about it, we should say something about it. That's my take of that caption there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, well, what is meant by that you won't find one statutory body dealing exclusively with GBV. Most of the mandate or the majority of member states have various players dealing with GBV, spanning from the executive to the civil society, into the judiciary and so forth. There's just not one single statutory body or ministry dealing with GBV. So this subject area is scattered amongst various players. So the next sentence actually explains it. The institutional frameworks in most systems include gender commissions, prosecution authorities, legal aid services, and so forth. Due to the very nature of the offense, GBV or subject area. So you'll find a number of players actually dealing with it. You don't have a single regulator. There's rules in the judiciary, there's rules under the executive, and so forth. The police have got their own regulatory regime to deal with GBV. So we don't have a single regulator like you would have the Energy Regulation Board dealing with all regulation relating to energy. It doesn't work and it won't work with GBV due to its very nature. It won't work to have a single regulator. What is required is effective coordination, communication, and communication amongst these institutions that actually deal with GBV, spanning from civil society into the government's executive, into the judiciary. You just need effective mechanisms for coordination and obviously access to justice. If we can get the provisions relating to access to justice correct, this will have a definite impact on all the players dealing with GBV.
Not dialogue, but you have summed it up very well. My very concern that this caption is meant to recommend a coordinating mechanism so that things are not scattered all over the show. Yes, they may be, but they are coordinated at a central point. Would we have gone too much if we made some remark on that score? It's naked, I must say, if you read it throughout. But the next sentence there, the national frameworks, there's all that and that, but it's not coordinated, explaining, kind of magnifying the profound caption above. So can't we just improve it by making mention or reference to the need of a mechanism, of a coordinating mechanism? That's the point. I thank you very much.
Honorable Member, I've just added it on the screen. So we'll add some form of wording there to take into account your comment. May we move to the next? Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two small items probably proposed to include in paragraph, the first paragraph, the last sentence where it says the institutional frameworks, and it went on to say the women's clinic. Maybe for us to be gender sensitive, we should add both male and female clinics. And the second paragraph, the last sentence again, after management of, well, it's sort of inclusive, can we add rehabilitation? Because we are talking about all the different areas that we need to ensure that to sustain the effectiveness of the strategies. So I believe rehabilitation should be inclusive. Thank you. After management should be rehabilitation. Yeah.
Any other comments on this paragraph? If not, are you satisfied with it as amended? We move on. Honorable members. Zambia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at the last sentence on the first paragraph. Sorry, I'm taking you back, but it reads, include gender commissions, prosecution authorities, legal, and so on. But I'm looking at civil society organizations and workforce and institutional based units. It looks like we have too many ands there. Why don't we say organization, you know, for example, the judicial civil society organizations, etc., than repeating and there.
Thank you, Honorable. I think we should have had an Oxford comma there, and we should have retained that and, because workforce and institutional based units are a joint, it's a joint word. So I think we should retain this and. We'll put an Oxford comma. We'll put a comma here. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Can we move on, please? Do you adopt this particular paragraph as amended?
Yeah, we do. I do.
Thank you. Can we go to 1.2.3, paradigm shift in legislative system for GBV? Any comments, any suggestions? South Africa? SG, you're going to help me because I can't see from this distance.
The Seychelles, sorry, Seychelles.
Seychelles, yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the 2.2.3. The first bullet where it states the root causes of DFDB and then allows for inclusion of marginalized groups. Can we add, well, sort of to be inclusive, there's the inclusivity. Can we add persons with disabilities and prison inmates as well?
Can you just briefly, if I may ask, remove the mask briefly?
No, please, I don't want to
okay,
remove.
talk louder. Yeah, talk.
Okay, I will talk louder. I don't want to remove my mask. Thank you very much. First bullet.
Yeah.
That is the where it stated the different inclusiveness of marginalized groups. Can we add, well, so for us to be inclusive, inclusivity, persons with disabilities and prison inmates as well?
Just tell me first. Huh? Just persons with disabilities.
Thank you.
And what? Persons, I've added persons with disabilities and
Prisoners, inmates, sorry.
Prison inmates.
Pardon?
Prison inmates.
People
Inmates.
in prison.
Prisons.
Yeah,
or
that's it.
inmates.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Zambia?
From Zambia?
Where it reads, asylum seekers, that's the third line from the from the first point, which reads asylum seekers, stateless persons. I was wondering if we could change that to, instead of saying stateless, say whose nationality cannot be identified. Because I think stateless sounds a bit my teacher once told me that there is no stateless person.
Any other? Yes.
Seychelles. In the last bullet, wherever probably we have different thematic areas to be covered, such as interventions, prevention, protection, enforcement, can we add rehabilitation as well in all the different paragraphs? So that there is harmonization and standardization. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Can we adopt as amended? Who? Yes, Honorable.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for an opportunity. I was actually looking at, if you can scroll a bit down, the marginalized groups. I was looking at mentioning of marginalized groups, because I don't want to believe that we have all of the marginalized groups. Those are some of them. In terms of law, is it not going to limit? If, for instance, we said marginalized groups, not putting any type of marginalized groups, because we may subject this party to a situation where, if by any chance another marginalized group which does not appear there has a case, it is not treated well because it does not appear there. Maybe we leave that to the discretion of the person that will sit before that court of law. That's my thinking anyway. Because we have a lot of marginalized groups outside those, but if we state them, the assumption would be they're all there. So if by any chance another group comes out with a case, it is not getting a fair treatment. Just a thought.
Thank you, Honorable. That's why we've used the word including, which is not exclusive of any other, but it's important that we point out at least certain specific marginalized groups, so that the S. generis rules will apply even in the courts of law. So anything in this group called the marginalized group will actually be taken care of.
Madam SG.
Zimbabwe and then DRC.
I really don't envy you for your job, because I'm failing to understand why we are asking you to change stateless persons to read whose nationality cannot be identified. I still need to be convinced, because that is the UN formulation. And at law, they are known as stateless persons. Otherwise, we'll end up asking you to change virtually everything, because we are politicians. With all due respect to my Zambian brother, but I wish we could leave it as stateless persons, and I am reliably informed that is the UN formulation.
Zambia.
DRC, sorry, DRC.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Apologies. DRC
I
and
don't
then
think
Zambia.
whether this remains as it
Yes.
is or not. I don't think it is
Merci,
something.
Madame.
Oh.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Moi, j'aimerais qu'on puisse revenir sur le premier point. En suivant les explications des rédacteurs, la toute dernière explication, je crois qu'il y a un problème sur le paragraphe en ce qui concerne la traduction. Parce que quand on parle de groupes marginalisés, après vient y compris les réfugiés, les demandeurs d'asile. Donc, on cite et là, c'est exhaustif. Donc, on doit carrément alors mettre notamment en français. C'est la traduction qui pose problème parce que quand on laisse y compris, c'est que c'est fermé, on n'a pas ouvert. Mettons carrément notamment. Y compris, ça ferme. Et ça rejoint au fait l'intervention de, je ne sais pas qui m'a précédé, qui disait que ce serait mieux soit de ne pas citer toutes les catégories, ou bien si on va citer quelques catégories, mettons le terme notamment parce que c'est plus approprié. Merci.
Translators, please take note of the words the Madame is suggesting for the French version. The English version, it's okay. I think there was a rebut from Zambia on the comments made by Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Legally speaking, every person was born in a state. So when we say stateless, it sounds like this person was born outside this world, but when we use the term whose nation cannot be identified, we are acknowledging the fact that this person was born somewhere, except that nationality is not established. But for the sake of progress, take what you feel comfortable with. But I think, legally speaking, this is where I'm coming from. When we say the nationality cannot be identified, we're simply saying you can't establish where this person was born, because we were all born in a country somewhere. I submit, Madam.
Thank you very much. Well understood. If you can notice, Zimbabwe did not delete stateless persons because that's a UN established defined term. But I've put in brackets what Zambia is proposing for those who won't easily understand what a stateless person is. So I've compromised between the two countries and retained both. May we proceed? Any other comments before we adopt this section and move on?
I see none.
Honorables, remember that we are dealing with explanatory notes, which are just a very brief summary of what is contained in the substantive part of the model law. May we move on? Sorry, I'm having challenges with this.
Yes.
Paragraph 1.2.4, constitutions of SMSs and human rights. Any comments? Seychelles?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Most of the different conventions or treaties that the region has signed, well, what is inclusive there is mostly the rights. But one issue, one thing is that we know that gender-based violence, well, I should say more than 50% of the cases are derived from sexuality, from sexual violence. And we have not sort of include the major conventions or the major indicators in relation to universal health coverage. I haven't seen it there. The rights to life, whether it's necessary, the rights to health, and over and above, there are some international conventions that the countries into the southern African context has signed, namely the International Convent on the Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the ICE CR, International Covenant on the Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights I've mentioned, Convention on the Rights of the Persons with Disabilities. So probably we should include all the different convention treaties as well, some of them, which are very pertinent for us to ensure that the implementation of the framework in all countries will be sustained and maintained. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. I don't see any other hand, drafter.
We have just summarized some of the conventions in here. If you go further down the expenditure notes and in the preamble, you'll find a lot of other conventions and international agreements which have been cited. In here, we are just stating that most constitutions of SMEs do follow the international human rights standards, and these are some of them. We haven't listed all of them. Otherwise, we are necessarily making the explanatory notes very, very long, and people really don't read long explanatory notes. The crux of it are in other paragraphs or in the substantive law itself. So let's not try to overdo the explanatory notes. May we move on, please, if we don't have, do you adopt this particular paragraph 1.2.4? Thank you. Let's move on to paragraph 1.2.5, reviewing current criminal laws on GBV. These are just your current laws which were reviewed. And these were the summary of the findings. And just persuading your draftsmen to look broader when they're drafting their laws. And we've provided some packages which they can use. I see no comments. May we move, do you adopt that particular paragraph?
Yeah.
Thank you. 1.2.6, regulations under national laws on GBV. Again, yes, we're saying we're persuading member states to come up with regulations to operationalize your national laws, because you can't put everything in a bill, in an act. So you are better off operationalizing them with regulations. Any comments on that? I see no hand. Do you adopt this paragraph? Thank you. 1.2.7. Oh.
Drafter.
Yes.
Without annoying you, please.
No, you're not annoying me, my dear. It's your document. Feel free. Feel free. I just didn't see you. Zimbabwe, please.
1.24, last sentence where it says take cognizance. Just a correction on that word.
Okay.
So that
paragraph what?
Last line 1.24. The word cognizant.
Cognizance, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Take cognizance.
Cognizance.
Yes. Just that, yeah.
Correct. Thank you very much. Yeah, correct. You know, when you are tracking, sometimes you can't see clearly the thing. Thank you very much. Can we move on? Okay, do you adopt 1.2.6? Can I hear? Yeah, thank you. 1.2.7, customary laws and religious norms.
Any comments on this profound subject area? We all know we've got issues in our countries dealing with customary laws and religious norms. They influence quite a lot of our actions. Any comments? I see none. Do you adopt 1.2.7?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I can see Zambia. Zambia? I can see your speaker is on. No, okay. Yeah, I heard a yeah. Can we move on? 1.2.8, acts of general application. Remember, apart from your national laws on GBV specific, you'll have acts of general interpretation which must be complied with, which is like criminal laws, evidence codes, financial management laws, and so forth, general interpretation laws. These are all cross-referenced in the substantive part of the GBV model law. But we've taken cognizance of the fact that they must be taken into account. Any comments? I see none. Do you adopt 1.2.8? 1.2.9, domestication and internationally used terms. We have tried as much as possible in our definitions section to stick by the defined terms that are contained in international agreements so that domestication won't be too much of a problem in your national jurisdictions. Any comments on this? I see none. Do you adopt this paragraph? Thank you.
Yes.
1.2.10, appropriate level of competence and procedural fairness. All authorities must have the necessary powers to execute and implement the model law, and it must be in the appropriate authority. Any comments on this particular paragraph? Have you adopted this paragraph? Thank you. 1.2.11, focus of GBV model law. The focus is very broad, honorable members. Madam SG.
There's a hand from Lesotho, thank you.
On 1.2 point.
11.
11, yes.
1.2.11. Yes, thank you. That very first sentence, it's important to emphasize that while the focus of the GBV model law, etc., it talks to the focus being on women and girls, but it's also talking about the gender-based approach, and it talks of the application of being of relevance to violence against men and boys. Now, earlier on, when you're making the introduction, you did highlight, and correctly so, that this model law is very much gender neutral. So this opening sentence sort of defeats what we are trying to talk to. I think the very first part before the comma can be removed, and then we simply begin with the gender-based violence model law also has a gender-based approach as it applies and is of relevance to men, to violence against women and girls and men and boys. That way it maintains a neutral stance as we indicated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take into account that issue. Zimbabwe and Seychelles.
Yes, just on the first sentence,
the third word, emphasis. It's important to emphasize, so we put an E.
The E.
On that note,
I saw another hand. Thank
no,
you.
no, no.
Yes, yes, please.
Yes, I think the intervention that's just been made contradicts what I've just made a request on. I had requested
Hello.
to remove that entire opening
Thing.
You
up
see,
until the comma.
I've highlighted it, honorable member. Obviously, I can't draft
No, no,
in
no.
a group, but I'll take care of it.
You have highlighted a different part.
No, I've highlighted the whole thing because I want to reposition this whole paragraph now and give it a more gender-based approach. You can see I've put in those words.
No.
I'm going to reposition this whole sentence.
Okay.
To give it a gender-based approach. I may not even need to mention women, girls, boys, and so forth. As I've done, if you'll see, when we go to the substantive part, you'll see we've made substantial amendments to that effect. Seychelles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For on 1.2.9, domestication of internationally used terms.
Oh, okay. We haven't yet completed Seychelles. Just hold
We have
your
not yet?
horses. I'll come back to you. I've got
Okay,
a
thank you.
speaker here. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. I just need to ask a very important question in relation to DRC constitution. It appeared that in our country, heterosexual, bisexual, and so on and so forth, it's not really been considered. If it's not been considered in our mother law, in our constitution, my question is, what would be the position of SADC according to that?
Very good question, Honorable. This model law is a gold standard. It's a standard which everybody must espouse to reach. So you do it progressively. No member state is being forced to adopt any provision of this model law. You belong to one family called SADC PF. You agree on certain standards, certain gold standards, which we expect all member countries to progressively achieve at some point or the other in your constitutional or legislative regimes. So it's very persuasive, but not binding on member
Away.
states. Pardon?
We still be far away.
You still a bit far away, but we are hoping as a member of SADC PF, you'll be able to progressively reconsider some of your stands. And you know, the beauty about model laws is that as more and more states open up and learn from each other, you'll find other states follow suit and start changing their laws. Because obviously you want to be part of the broader family of SADC PF and be able to deal with them on equal terms. So reciprocity is always important when you're dealing in regional groupings. So we urge DRC to progressively attain this gold standard. Thank you. Are we adopting finally the 1.2.11?
Yeah.
Thank you. Seychelles, now you may proceed.
Apologies, there's a hand from Tanzania, madam.
From Tanzania, please. Is it still on 1.2.11? Please proceed.
Thank you, our drafter. It's unfortunate that the numbering has been changed in this final from the previous one. But in Tanzania, we did not agree to that because as well spelled, when you come and mention all those things about the different groups of, as mentioned there, the yellow highlighter, then culturally, we do not support it. And something is, initially, if you remember, you mentioned about all the laws, cultural laws, religious laws, and what, we're on that group, which do not really agree on homosexual, lesbian, and same-sex relationship. So it's also fair that we pronounce it here. Such things are not acceptable in Tanzania.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. We do understand the sentiments in each country, and we have done our research, and we know which countries are open societies and which are not. That's why I keep emphasizing this is a gold standard to progressively be achieved by member states. It is not binding, honorable members. A model law is never binding. It's persuasive. It's guiding. It's a guiding tool. So it's really up to each member state to progressively domesticate it. Thank you. Yes, I see a hand there in the corner. I'm sorry.
Mozambique has a hand.
Please proceed.
Muito obrigado. Bom, já tinha submetido a apreciação deste ponto, mas eu acho que há uma palavra aqui na oitava linha, que fala sobre a medida de definição da ONU a todas as vítimas e perpetradores. Esse termo aqui é que eu tenho dúvida se...
Pedradores.
Como?
Pedradores. Deve ser pedradores.
É, mas está perpetradores. Para mim, seria talvez melhor, se for o entendimento de todos, que seria promotores. É fácil entender. Ou, em termos de linguagem, podíamos usar outra palavra que é promotores da violência. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, honorable member. When we were with the prosecutors in all your member states, they changed perpetrators to offenders. So you can see it has been changed to offenders. So we've used the word offenders and not perpetrators. So perpetrators has been deleted. I don't know which version you are looking at, but as I said, for the honorable MPs, we are using the tracked version, which contains all the comments from your member states. So all member states' comments have been included in this version that I've screened up there. I'm sure you are using the old version. We have deleted perpetrators, it's now offenders. Let's move. Namibia.
Apologies, I think it will also make sense once we've translated that word. I don't know if the interpreters are here, for the honorable member to see if that is also in Portuguese, pointing to the same thing. I see the honorable member, maybe you needed to make a follow-up, Mozambique?
Não, eu já pus a questão, coloquei a minha preocupação, julgo que tanto de uma forma como de outra pode-se entender, mas para nós, em termos de português, ou autores, ou infratores, ou autores, tanto...
Infratores também.
Muito obrigado.
Infratores que infringem a lei.
Pois é, obrigado.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Seychelles, I can see your hand is up. Is it for 1.2.11?
No, I'm still
Which
going back to 1.2.9.
You want to go back?
Yeah, because I asked prior. My point was on 1.2.9. In fact, may I? May I, Madam Chair?
Please proceed, please
Okay,
proceed.
thank you. In fact, to resolve or to alleviate all these issues on terminologies, my point was for me to discuss will there be a possibility of having a common dictionary for common terminologies for for our region, so that it helps us into the domestication and operationalization of the gold standard. That is the common law, because we sort of try to be on par with all the other countries, so that at least we will have a dictionary of terminologies we can follow once we sort of domesticate or adapt our own regulations into our own member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. The model law in itself, for purposes of the model law, has an interpretation section. So, and we've tried as much as possible. It's not all the time possible to adopt the definitions as are in international instruments. So you may use that, and you are not restricted, honorable member, when you come to your national laws, to continue to use the defined terms in those international instruments, which we have not defined because they do not appear in the model law. So please feel free. Can we proceed now, honorable members? The time is not with us. We were on 1.2.12.
Tanzania has a hand up.
Tanzania, please go ahead.
1.1 já íamos no 1.11, já passamos, já.
Seated here, we are region. Now, to help me elaborate this and to make it more clear, even to the other countries within the region, how many member countries within this very room are practicing this or would wish to? We are saying we are just going to accept it because it is international. But before you go to international, we have to go to national or region as we sit here as SADC members. Now, maybe if you may help us as Tanzanians to know which country are already there.
In which, Honorable Vice President, if you can just point out exactly which subject area you're talking about in that particular paragraph. Is it on the binary persons? I'm not too sure, Honorable.
Thank you, Eva. To be honest, I would wish you as a drafter to read the whole paragraph, 1.2.11, please.
You want us to delete it?
To read.
To read it.
Read it. Others don't have it. We have it in hard copy, and now it is, the numbering is changed, has changed. That's why maybe others don't know where we are, because we have the first draft, the final one. Will you please go through the paragraph?
But let me first clear this, Honorable Vice Chair. SG, how come the numbering is changed? Because my, this document here, which was the final document for submission to the MPs, has only one set of numbering. So maybe if we could check the delegation for Tanzania, maybe they're not using the correct.
No, we dealt with the first draft, the very first one. And that's why in the final one, there's a difference, but that is not a problem. I'm just, it's not an issue on which draft or what. I'm just requesting you, Madam Drafter, will you please read it? Thank you.
Okay, let me read it. Focus of GBV model law. It is important to emphasize that while the focus of the GBV model law seems to be more on violence against women and girls, the GBV model law also has a gender-based approach as it applies and is of relevance to violence against men and boys. The provisions of the GBV model law should be read broadly to apply to all forms and components of GBV to the extent of the UN definition. And you know that there's different components in the definition. To all victims and perpetrators of GBV, be it non-gender binary people, heterosexual, lesbian, bisexual, homosexual, transgender, or people within same-sex relationships or sex workers. However, in general, regardless of orientation and occupation, women and girls are more vulnerable to and experience more sexual violence, more severe physical violence, more abuse and more control, largely from male. And that's the reason acute focus is made on women and girls who are disproportionately affected by GBV. So it's talking about the focus, why the orientation of the model law. And you'll see as you read the model law, there are certain special provisions directed at women, adolescents, and girls. Whereas the rest of the model law is gender neutral, And this is the reason why we have done that. And we should all admit that the most vulnerable are women, adolescents, and girls. So there are some special provisions. Are we okay, Honorable Vice President? Are we okay?
I've heard you, and the rest have heard you as well. Thank you.
Namibia?
Yes, thank you very much. Perhaps just a question to the Honorable Vice Chair and also to the facilitator. Honorable Vice Chair, you have indicated that you from Tanzania do not, or do I understand you correct to say that you from Tanzania do not agree with the inclusion of specifically the binary, what is it? Is it people? Yeah, binary people as or section of society in this. Do I understand you correct to say that?
Yes.
And would I then further understand you correct to say that you are proposing that that phrase specifically should not be included in the draft model law? That's one. Thereafter, the question that I want to ask the facilitator is, what is the significance of actually including that phrase? The reason why I'm asking that is this. We are African states. Whatever we do and say or propose should have relevance in Africa. Now, making actual proposals that are not in conformity, I suppose, with national laws, makes whatever proposal we make in that regard sort of redundant. But there are also things that are foregone conclusions that do not necessarily need to be spelled out. For instance, if you talk about GBV and you say it includes men and women, if you say it includes the boy child, then automatically that talks about the human being. That talks about any person, regardless of your sexual orientation. Hence my question, what is the significance of spelling that out specifically? Because eventually we are Africans. And like the Honorable Vice Chair is saying, not all sections of our society, not all of our member states necessarily even if we do not punish or criminalize or any form of discrimination, we do not necessarily all agree or accept that there are more genders to humanity than male and female. So what is the significance of including that for those members, for the benefit of those members who are perhaps having that question, if any sort of human being of the two genders are actually covered in a broader sense of the model law?
Okay, I'll ask SG.
So it's
That's a
two
matter of
questions,
policy.
one for the
It's
vice
a
chair
matter
and-
of policy, so I'll ask SG to cover it. I've said something about it, but if you look at international law now, a person is entitled, and some of you have signed off on some of these international instruments, be it, is it Beijing, Hong Kong Declaration, and all those, you have signed off on these issues. So they are international instruments actually touching on this. And we all must accept that in all our societies, there are people of different sexual orientation. And we cannot hide our heads under the sand all the time. They are specifically mentioned in the GBV law to bring them out so that people start a debate on such issues. As I said, this model law is a gold standard. It's not binding. If you do not want to put these things in your national laws, then please don't put them in. Don't put them in. This is just a model law. I see the hand of Zambia. SG will also come in. Yes,
Of course, it's from Tanzania. My problem is.
Oh, Tanzania, sorry, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Even Zambia was given opportunity, I think. Yeah.
Pardon?
Okay, let me finish first.
Okay.
Okay, madam. The problem is you prepare this model law to help us to improve our local laws in SADC region. Now, the problem is, like you prepare a food without understand what those who you prepare, what do they need. It means you prepare something that most of us, we don't need it. That's why, Vice Chair, ask you to at least identify which country among SADC region they have accepted this other sexual gender, but you are quiet. It means you prepare something which will be difficult to be adopted in our country. It's like will be redundant. So what the meaning of wasting our time of prepare something which will not be applied in our law. So let us raise our hands. Which country will agree with this? If there is no country, there is no need of putting this. We can have our own definition instead of copying international definition because they have defined there. There are things which, as African, we cannot agree at all. So why should we put in the definition? Why don't we have our SADC definition, which is accepted by all of us? That is my concern.
Thank you very much. Can I see hands, please? This is an important issue. I think you should openly debate it. Yes. Is it on the same issue, Seychelles?
Let me help you from this.
I can't, my eyesight.
Yeah.
Can you Zambia? Okay, Zambia again,
Sorry,
and then we move
madam.
to Seychelles.
Let me help you because you are going to miss those who raise their hands first.
Okay, please help me there, SG.
Yes.
Because I can't see.
Let me go. We have Seychelles hands up. We also had Zambia. Then we have Malawi. We have Lesotho. Yeah. In that order, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Moderator. In supporting the statement from Tanzania, we are here to prepare a document which all member states to this organization should support. And we are saying, if, for example, in the Republic of Zambia, where I come from, In the case of GBV, there are areas where we are not doing well. We need to do it arising from this seminar. Now, it is on the issue of homosexual and lesbians. I come from a Christian nation, the Republic of Zambia, where we don't practice this. So by nature of this sentence in this document, and me as a representative of that republic accepting to it, it means we are endorsing. So what we are saying, what is the need of having these underlined sentences in this document? So the issue is, it's either it is amended or deleted.
Thank you very much, Zambia. SG, which is the next speaker on your list?
Zambia was it Tanzania? It was Zambia speaking.
That was
Seychelles-
Zambia speaking, yes.
Seychelles, Malawi, and I see another hand from the DRC. And honorable members, in that order.
Order, order.
Okay, Seychelles, Lesotho, Malawi, Eswatini, DRC.
Thank you very
I
much.
see another hand from Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This issue is a bit controversial, but at any rate,
Kindly raise your voice, Honorable Biscuit, just a little bit.
at any rate, Seychelles will respond in regards to the law, common law. I don't know about other countries, but we all know that we are living a global world, and globalization has brought us together. Not in terms of mainly through ITs. People are traveling tonight, sleeping in Mahe, Seychelles, tomorrow in Kenya, the day after in Amsterdam, you name it. And meaning that we are living in a global world. Seychelles will support this framework because we have our brothers and sisters who they have the different sexual orientations. They may come from Africa, coming for a holiday to the Seychelles, we have to accept them with open arms. They can come from different areas, different continents, with their different sexual orientations. We have to accept them. And on top of that, based on the model law, we have adopted, in fact, all the African countries, including Seychelles, the SADC countries. We have adopted the different treaties, the conventions, or the frameworks of the UNODC, of the UNAIDS, of the SIDA. So for what reason? For us to sort of domesticate whatever the global or the framework has anticipated. Yes, in fact, Seychelles will go further. Instead of putting all those ones one by one, we'll include the LGBTI, including the Q with it. Because we know that people, they have different sexual orientations, and we have the SOGIs as well coming in. We may have in our country, whatever we feel based on our own constitutions, based on our laws, we will sort of domesticate it in accordance to the foundation, to the rules, to the golden rules of Seychelles. And we shall adopt it, we shall adapt it because like we mentioned, it is a golden document that each and every country has to adopt. Whatever we feel that we don't want or we don't have any laws in regards to such and such situation, then we can go back and say, look, this is not in conformity with our countries, with our constitutions, with our laws. Then we can adapt to whatever fits each and every one of us. So Seychelles will adapt. And I will include LGBTI, including the Q and the SOGIs as well. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank
Okay,
you
if
very
allow
much.
me, Chair, maybe it's
Madam
better-
SG, if you can
Yes.
add Madagascar online, they also want to comment. If you can add to your list.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I should just give a little bit of clarity as we comment that, oops, sorry, this is a gold standard.
Oui,
not
je
a qualification.
peux m'intervenir?
Is there a cross line? I'm hearing French. Okay.
The delegate from Madagascar was asking whether she could have the floor.
let me say something and then maybe let's allow Madagascar online before we move to the other members because they're not in the room. But maybe to just
Oui, oui, oui.
mind.
Non, juste pour, je vais continuer la remarque tout à l'heure par rapport avec.
Madagascar.
Vous pouvez.
S'il vous plaît, Madagascar. Let SG say a few words and then she'll let you speak immediately after she finishes. Thank you.
Okay, just allow Madagascar, then I'll come
Merci,
in.
merci.
Continue because you may guide the house. SG, if you could continue to guide.
Okay, honorable members, just to maybe.
Order.
Just to maybe recall what we said at the beginning of the presentation of the model law, that this is a gold standard, that which we aspire towards based on evidence, that eventually it becomes a yardstick and it should not dictate or usurp your powers of lawmaking at national level. That we also appreciate that the legal landscape in the region is not uniform. The response for programs in this area is not uniform. And therefore, we cannot, at any rate, say to members, you are all going to do this at this rate. This model law should have a shelf life beyond ourselves, beyond our values, beyond our beliefs. This model law should take into account evidence. The next question would be, do we have any data? Or have we never ever seen these populations that we are referring to in our countries at all? Not to say that I want to take a direction on any side, but to end by saying this is not a consensus law. So if we start saying vote which country, we may just divide the house unnecessarily because we come together from different countries and regions. And this should be a safe place for those countries that have an enabling legal and policy environment to work with these populations, those that recognize them, for us to allow the model law to cater. Those countries that are not yet there will leave it out for now. Maybe this should guide, because we'll end up debating populations when it is not really the focus that we should be investing in. But it is good that our representation goes without discrimination and goes without exception. I would like to basically say that, and we are not saying, you know, at this point, go and do this for these populations. No, that is not what is being said. I don't know if it makes sense.
Thank you,
but
SG.
it will help us not go into other areas.
Thank you, thank you. Can we go to your next, the person on the list? As SG said, let's give chance to Madagascar, who's not in the house today. Madagascar, please go ahead.
Merci. Je juste voulais faire la remarque, mais il y a Madame la secrétaire générale qui vient d'éclaircir quelque chose, comme quoi on n'est pas obligé d'appliquer cette loi.
Oui.
On n'est pas du tout obligé d'appliquer ça chez nous. On doit pas, je crois qu'on ne doit pas faire ça comme quelque chose qui va nous séparer. Et donc, pour Madagascar, on avait déjà la loi pour le VBG. Donc, ce qui est bien pour tout le monde, on est là pour voter. Nous, on doit se mettre d'accord avec tout le monde. Et chacun applique ses lois chez eux. Merci.
Everybody will apply that according to the national realities. Thank you.
Thank you, Madagascar. Next on the list, SG.
Next on the list is Lesotho and then Malawi.
Please don't forget Zimbabwe is also on the list.
Yes, yes, I'll go back.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think I was just going to echo the same sentiments that you have shared with us. It's very important for us to remember as members of parliament that we are representatives of the people. And when we are representatives of the people, we are not representatives of a certain group of people. And it's important to embrace them as we move forward, because even as members of parliament, when we go out there and we seek votes from our people, we don't ask them anything. We simply ask them to support us, and they believe that we will stand for them when we're in parliament and when we're making decisions. It's not about liking anyone, but it's up to us to stand for the people that are looking up to us, to protect them. What are we talking about here? We're talking about gender-based violence. Are we saying there's a certain kind of group that need not be protected? That is the simple thing we need to look at. We don't have to like them, we don't have to affiliate with them, but we need to be their representatives. Thank you.
Now, Malawi, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My contribution was that we are coming from a background where gender-based violence was focused mainly on women and girls. And then we want to shift so that we include men and boys. And then when we include men and boys, it means that every human being has been included. So why should we start singling out other groups? Because in that way, every human being is included. Thank you.
Ter a tradução. Não sei por que desapareceu.
No, you're corrupting one of members. No, he's lifting his finger. No, I'll put him, he's coming back. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to.
Thank you. Is next person on the thin SG, who's speaking next?
Yes, now we go to Eswatini, then we go to Zimbabwe and Namibia. Oh, sorry, no. After no, I'm very sorry, DRC, and then we go to Eswatini.
DRC, please. Please proceed.
Yeah, part of my suggestion has been raised by SG. So my small contribution will be, why not to put this away until the mentality grown up? That's my small suggestion, because it appears that this raised a big debate. Because this raised a big debate, therefore, we can probably, I'm talking regarding my country actually, we can probably take this away when the mentality of the people grown up, then we can consider that. I have said.
Thank you. SG, the next person.
Eswatini.
Thank you very much. All has been said. I was even persuaded that I withdraw the question, but I won't, unfortunately. What I want to make an opinion on, while it is well and good and indeed acceptable that the model law should be gold standard based, but to make our job at our various parliamentary jurisdictions easier in recommending those reforms which agree with the model law. All it takes is one phrase or one word, and everything there smells. So what I'm saying, we are explaining too much. We are writing too much. Some of those things that are in brackets there, perpetrators or offenders, and then you say it be what. You are assuming, but that is based, the way I understand it, it's an international tone of that. Would we lose anything if we didn't go that far? It's understood, perpetrators, victims of gender-based violence, and we don't even go to say whether men or women, that's being gender insensitive as far as I'm concerned. So I'm saying, let's be careful how we are selling this model law. One sentence, one word wrong and not applicable in our various different jurisdictions will have tough consequences on our way of trying to make reforms. Let's make this appeal and be marketable. Not necessarily, we're not dividing anyone, but to avoid the question of division, we're writing too much here. That's what I am proposing. We cut too much writing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have to go for lunch at 1. The hotel does not compromise, Madam Chair. And let me reiterate, let us not eclipse other countries from the debate. Even in a model law like child marriage, there were countries who did not have registration of births. But they could not come here and say, no, because we don't have systems and money, we don't want to know how when a child is born so that we can prevent child marriage. Eventually, we all get into some of these areas. So probably we can take the remaining Zimbabwe and Namibia, and then still remember that it is not about, we make decisions through consensus, we bring each other up. So if we agree with the voice of the majority, we leave out those who are saying we support. So let it not be about the vote, honorable members, I appeal. Let it not be about the vote. Zimbabwe, then Namibia.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Please proceed, Zimbabwe.
Yes,
Just speak to the microphone, just.
thank you. I just want to let you know that I concur with you, SG, from where you started narrating on what model law is. It is just a guide to guide us, and it's not binding because we have got different constitutions in our parliaments. So you can either take it or leave it as you get to your countries, but it is just a guiding document that we should follow on GBV. So I don't think there is much I can say much on this one, because it has been over debated and we're still repeating the same things, of which the semantics and whatever what you are adding, but otherwise we are saying the same thing. We are guided by this model law, but we have our different constitutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just made an error. Apparently lunch is at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
There are many people booked, so we'll give each other chances. So we may proceed, Madam.
Okay.
Let's give Namibia and then DRC a chance.
Yes, thank you very much. Earlier on, I asked 2 questions, none of which were answered. Subsequent to myself The honorable member from Malawi asked the same question. It is not answered. Now, the SG said something quite interesting. I don't know whether it's the SG or Lesotho, but one of the two. This model law reflects what we aspire, where we want to be. Someone said that. So, a person that asks a question is asking themselves, is this what SADC aspires? That is the question. Now, when we say it must be included or not included, the question is asked, what is the need? If the male gender is catered for, the female gender is catered for. And the answer that is coming to that question is, we have these communities in our country. No, every country has men and women. It's a fact. Otherwise, it will not be a country. So the question is, why should there be a specific emphasis? Why is this a specific aspiration? Why should we adopt it as a specific aspiration? As a fact of debate. Too much writing, little explanation. The honorable member from Lesotho, Eswatini, too much writing. Why should there be a specific emphasis? If the emphasis harms or irks specific nations, and the lack of that emphasis does no harm to no nation, why write too much? That question is what must be answered. Not the answer, and the answer can never be, let's just do it because we have these communities. Because what other things are we then going to explain? I think suffice to say, male and female should be protected. Gender-based violence affects everyone. Because you are really going to go. So should we include polygamy in that?
May we answer that now, Honorable? Because I think you have taken your time.
Yeah.
The reason why the emphasis was put on these lesbians, homosexuals, this group, was because when research was carried out, not only by SADC PF's research team, but internationally, when this research was done, it was found that persons seeking medical attention for GBV crimes against them were not attended to. And when they did come to health facilities, they were reported. And instead of taken to hospital or given health care, they were actually criminalized and put in jail with their sickness, with their scars, and so forth. So we must take care of all our people. Doesn't matter what sexual orientation. They're entitled to medical care. They're entitled to access to justice. They're entitled to go and seek shelter like anybody else. That's why the emphasis and the focus, we had to bring it out. If we wanted, we would have just kept silent, and it wouldn't have helped that population access justice and medical treatment. So that is the answer, Honorable Member from Namibia.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable members. Yeah, thank you. I think also, you know, when members take oath of office, they intend to uphold the constitution of the country, which has non-discrimination clauses in them. So it is quite interesting that even where we are told that these populations suffer stigma and discrimination, and therefore cannot access services for health, which affects all of us, is a concern, that they are abused in one or the other, and violence in these populations is higher than in the normal population. These are issues that need to be addressed. And by the way, all of our country's national strategic frameworks cover focus on these populations. They do. It is violence. Okay, let me not debate with members. I just wanted to highlight what what we are discussing, that the broader legal and policy context needs to commit to the protection of all groups without exception. Let me now speak, and I also hear, because I'm sitting next to members, they're saying, when you say international frameworks, they're saying we're in the region, not international. But these are instruments we have acceded to. And that is why they're being mentioned, not to say that it is imported from elsewhere. Zambia, and then we have, did DRC have a 10?
Yeah, DRC talked.
Okay, Zambia, is that another hand from DRC? It's Eswatini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This matter is quite controversial, and we seem to be going back and forth.
Honourable members, order, please, order.
Referring the House to, just immediately after the yellow highlight, modern law, it reads, should be ready broadly to apply to all forms and components of GBV to the extent of the United Nations definition. Why don't we put a full stop to the United Nations, then forget about the other, in the sense that whichever country wants to apply the law they want, they can refer to the United Nations definition and will be done. Otherwise, we'll debate this matter the whole day and we won't make any progress. Why don't we put a full stop at United Nations? Then the member states can choose. Well, I think, like the honorable member from Malawi said, and the Seychelles, they quietly, said too much writing. So if we reduce it to United Nations definition, then the member states will choose what they want to do.
Yes.
SG, we need a policy direction now. I think we need to cut the debate.
We need to cut the debate, but maybe I should also remind honorable members that this same
order, SG is talking, order.
Honorable Chair, I knew we will not go anywhere if we debate and try and come up with how many members in the majority are saying this over others. We make decisions through consensus. And therefore, we cannot oppress those nations who are saying to us, we have those populations, we are part of your community. Are we then taking that role that they can leave, we can remain alone? That's a one-party state, so to speak. Honourable members, I appeal to you. We are the same plenary that has approved, minimum standards for key populations, recognizing the fact that HIV's transmission was high among those populations. We got that data from our own countries. Because we were afraid of HIV transmitting in our communities, we then recognized that no, we must protect these key populations, give them prevention, give them services so that we are all protected. From a public health perspective, now it is violence, which kills, by the way, which goes a long way in affecting families and many others. We are saying we must not have concerted interventions as government to recognize these populations. If they are not stated, we will not program for them. We will not have avenues where we have heard from them what happens when they approach facilities, when they go to the police station, simply because of their social orientation, they are turned back. They're actually punished twice instead of being helped. I'm not sure that is what members are saying. And I wouldn't want us to do this on the basis of the majority. We may come back to this section because it is not just only the United Nations definition. If you looked into the African Charter, we'll also see that underlining the principles of non-discrimination. So if it is because we're using the UN, that is we can find an instrument from the African region and replace it with the UN. I don't want us to believe that our own people should be protected by the UN and not us. Are we not pronouncing ourselves in relation to what we want to do for our own people? HIV/AIDS, a white man had to sign a check in Europe for our people to access medicine. For a long time, we stigmatized HIV positive people because we believed it was deliberate or this happened, that happened. It goes further into many other areas. So honorable members, mine is not to take sides, but to say these populations are our sisters, our brothers, our children. And we may be making a huge mistake by not recognizing that we do have gender binary persons and that we have these populations in our communities. So I don't know, I don't want to have the final word or keep saying and coming back in between members. This is our instrument. And therefore, it's very difficult when I'm called upon because I don't pass the model law. I don't intervene in that, but I'm just trying to say, I'm hearing other members saying, don't eclipse us from this process. SG does not vote on these things. I'm just saying.
No, because
I'm saying, look next to you, honorable member. Honorable Mr. K is saying, I want us to even expand this and include everybody else.
No, you see, I don't want, and for due respect, DRC and so, all I'm saying is there is a, it's on. There was an honorable member from Zambia who went on and say, and we have been doing that since we started. Take this word out, take this, and nobody, in terms of my understanding, the definition or the wording that will stop at UN definition does not include or exclude any of the other local determination of that particular sector. If you include non-gender and heterosexual, that is now for each country. And that is all. I think with that, we have reached consensus to say the people are not excluded, but we are also sensitive to the understanding and the values of the others. And that is why we are in that process. And that is why I was asking the SK. Now, if the proposal of Honorable from Zambia, sorry for that, what is the counter? Because as of now, I don't see any offense in terms of keeping the wording the way it is. But if it is like this, it includes people that are normally not catered for by the others. But if it stops there, that includes both those ones that are said and those that are not mentioned. You see, I'm a Catholic. When we pray for the sins I have committed and those that I have not committed. But that's why it's something like that. You see, that's why my sister is also laughing. Yeah.
Okay, honorable member, that is why at the beginning I said I would not want us, we gave almost how many members to make a contribution? We never stopped and said, do you agree? But at some point there were others clapping for the same, yeah, so were they two clapping? Okay, Seychelles, that's why I don't want us to vote.
Oh, there we agree. Seychelles, I don't know, coincidentally is my neighbor.
Okay. Okay, good. I'm afraid that we're going to get stuck. I'm really afraid. No, we're having lunch at 2 o'clock. And I see other hands. I have DRC who raised their hand. I will not say anything. The Seychelles, Malawi wants to come back again. Am I skipping? Eswatini, did you want to come back again? Mpanza. Did you want to come back or you are raising for DRC? Yes. Okay. Yourself as well. Okay, so let's do it this way. Okay, can I please do Eswatini should come, DRC, Seychelles. Is that Tanzania? Is that honorable members? Eswatini, is that all?
Okay.
So now we have Eswatini.
Okay, thank you. Well, mine was to say I'm getting lost. I'm sorry to say, but I'm getting lost because I thought, well, maybe I have a question, whether it's a rhetoric or a question to be answered. Because we are trying to make on a model law, which is not an end in itself. If by any case it sees the light of the day and gets applied, it would require certain variables in order for it to exist. Variables such as if you get offended, you have to appear in a court of law and you get your details registered. And my question is, why do we want to come out with all these different variables? Because for Eswatini, for instance, we still have the he, she, we don't have the other variables. Why do we want to specify those things? Because I also thought they are being catered for within the definition by both the UN and SADC. Now, why are we trying to complicate? Because we're getting stuck where we shouldn't be stuck. We're getting ourselves on a crossroad that is not necessarily taking from the definition, because I thought the definitions, the mere fact that the drafter highlighted definitions was intentionally using that as a guide. Now we're sort of coming out with another definition which is not specified anywhere. I think everyone is catered for. I have actually maybe to declare work for the Ministry of Health. I do embrace all the people that are there in terms of health, as Madam SG was saying. I've worked with them, but why do we want to put them on a spotlight in this case in particular? I'm getting lost. Thank you.
Okay, DRC. Was DRC raising for Eswatini? Oh, okay. Next door, okay. No, it's DRC, and then Seychelles, and then Tanzania, then Malawi.
Yes, I have the.
Okay.
Okay. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente de la parole. Permettez-moi que je puisse me présenter comme je ne l'ai pas fait au début de cette conférence. C'est l'honorable sénateur Aimé Patience Mangadi Bifoulou de la RDC. Madame, par rapport à la préoccupation ou aux nombreuses préoccupations auxquelles nous avons assisté ou que nous avons entendues depuis le début de l'analyse de ce texte de loi, à mon humble avis, pour résoudre tout ce qui a comme malentendu ou tout ce qui a comme controverse, on aurait souhaité que dans le texte de loi, qu'il soit clairement précisé que les dispositions de cette loi type ne sont pas d'application impérative, mais plutôt subjective, en tenant compte, certes, des réalités socio-culturelles, politiques et juridiques de chaque État. De cette manière-là, on mettrait tout le monde d'accord, comme on dit que ce sont des principes qui sont posés par cette loi type, et chacun des pays ou chacune des législations internes ou nationales va les adapter selon le contexte justement ou les réalités de ce pays, et certainement en respectant les lignes ou les grandes lignes qui sont tout à fait prescrites dans ces textes de loi. Donc, c'était ma contribution afin de pouvoir mettre un terme à toutes ces controverses ou à tous ces malentendus. Donc, le texte précise que toutes ces dispositions ne sont pas d'application impérative, mais qu'elles sont subjectives en tenant compte des réalités de chaque État, j'ai dit.
Okay, now we have Seychelles, Tanzania, and then Malawi.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Audrey Villiers from Seychelles. What I would like to share, regardless if we keep it at UN or as a country, a whole country in the African countries, you know, as a young MP, regardless.
Honorable members, DRC, honorable members, we have an open microphone that picks your voices for the room. So let's kindly.
Regardless of our political, religious views or sexual orientation in the National Assembly of Seychelles, regardless of our culture, when we swear on the oath of our constitution, we support the human rights, every citizen, and we defend that constitution. So whatever we agree today, we, the Seychelles delegation, whatever law we apply in our respective country, we will respect the human rights, because that's what we swear in as members. Because as the smallest nation in the African region, we want to support and respect our brothers and sisters, and we want to ensure that they have equal respect, be it through health or any form of culture. We need to respect that. So this is what we want to set example in the African countries as a very small nation. So I want to share that as a young MP, because if we want to go forward, we need to think with the modernized world and support each other and respect each other as human beings. Like I say, regardless of our culture. I will not discriminate anyone in my country, regardless of their sexual orientation or political views or their culture. Thank you.
May I add, as Seychelles group, probably I would like to share why we want to support this model law totally. I'm an MP in the Seychelles Parliament, but at the same time, I'm a very experienced health professionals in Seychelles into the areas of program management, policy development, strategic development, research in relations to communicable diseases. And in Seychelles, we have a very low prevalence of HIV and AIDS compared to other countries. This is because we have the inclusiveness compared to other countries. We do not have, our generalized epidemic is very low, but we have a concentrated epidemics amongst key population. When I say key population, it's among sex workers, men having sex with men, lesbians, LGBTI, gays, you name it, the transvestites, the keys, the queers as well. So for us to achieve our targets on universal health coverage, we have to make sure that these key populations are covered. And when we said covered, they have to be covered not only with generalized interventions, but with very specific interventions, because they have very, very specific needs. And their needs are different to another person. For example, we say that we have males and female in all our countries. Yes, it's true. We have female babies. Do they have the same needs as a grown-up woman? Their needs are different. We have male babies. Do they have the same needs as the young adolescent girl or boy? They are different. So we have to target them accordingly. And most of the issues that we encountered with these groups, for us to achieve universal health coverage for all our population, they have reduced access to sexual reproductive health. It's because they are being discriminalized. Yeah, we don't want you. You are gay. You are whatever it is. No, we have to ensure that they get access to it. They are being rejected by the community. Maybe in your communities as well, you have the same problem. But that's what we had before, but now it's no more. They are rejected by their family members. They said, look, you are having sex with a man. You should be having sex with a girl. You should marry at this age. No, they have their own minds. They are growing up. And they are being rejected by the whole community, wherever they go. And those are issues. They have fear, especially the SOGIs, men having sex with men. They have fear of sexual identification. They don't want even to tell their mom, look, I'm gay. Look, I'm going out with a man. They are fearing, they have fear, they can't do it. And yet they have needs. Their needs is that they transfer the infections to other partners. So we have to ensure that they get treatment for that. They are being criminalized because of their sexual lives, because they are gays, they are being criminalized. They have the inability to access services. Not only that, they say, I don't want to, can you give your passport because you are gay? Because on their passport, they are born male and now they are female. They are being discriminalized. And they are forced to live on the grounds. They don't want to go over grounds because once people are recognize them, they fear that of these issues. They are denied medical attentions as well. Not only, denied medical attentions from health professionals, not only from lay people, health professionals. And at the same time, they cannot access treatment because of this. They are not being protected under the law. They said, okay, the male, you are protected, the females, you are protected. You, because you have sex with men or you have sex with a woman because you are a woman, I cannot protect you. And they have punitive laws for people who are in this category. They linger around into the streets or whatever, into their dresses for a man. They are penalized. They are being dragged by the police. There are so many laws that are preventing them from living freedom, free in their free country, because that's what our constitutions provide. Freedom for everyone, right for everyone. So you have to abide to that. Whatever our lives we are living is not whatever we want our daughters' lives to be or our sons' lives to be. So let them live. We have to be free. They have to be free. And
okay, honorable, I'm getting complaints that we're giving you more time. Kindly wrap up.
Maybe I should need more time to discuss over it because I've seen it and I've gone through it, and not me, but our country in different countries. And that is why we want to support the laws. We don't want to bring all those people that are affecting under the table to make sure that they do not exist. Bring them on the table so that they can participate with you. When we went to their door to get their votes, it was okay. We didn't even look at them whether they were gays or not. We said, look, my friend, vote for me, vote for me. And now today we are denying them their rights. Why? Thank you, Madam SG, because I don't want to be long. Thank you.
Yeah.
Tanzania?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have few things to comment. It has been said many times that this draft is not compulsory for country to adopt. You will see what to take and what not to take. But what is the purpose of us being here? And in our activities, number one, it clearly said we needed to review this model law and to validate. To my understand, if you go to check the meaning of validate, is to check if what we review is correct and legally acceptable. So if we are here to validate something that we will not accept, I don't know, I don't think if it's correct. Madam, if it's just option, you could draft it and send to our country just to see whether we can take it or not. But because we are here, we need to specify and express ourselves that if you include those things, most of country will not accept this model law. Otherwise, if we end up like this, at the end, we need to sign that the model law has passed, but there are a specific country that clearly will not accept this model because of this, and this. Because today we will tell us it's option. At the end, we will finalize it and we will force the SADC country to apply it, while here today we will not accept it. I think I'm clear. Thank you.
May I just
want to-
make
so-
a point on that issue?
I want to add.
May I just make a
from
point
Tanzania.
just to guide? If you look, I'm sure you've all read the substantive model law that you are going to adopt. You won't find these words in the substantive model law. It's a law of general application. We were transparent as SADC PF in the explanatory notes. Please note that these are explanatory notes done in a very transparent manner to bring out the issues that were actually discovered when the research was being undertaken, both the desk research and the field research. These are the findings that were revealed. So transparently, we brought out the issue of the differently oriented persons, transparently, to enable you debate effectively. And when you do adopt the model law, that progressively within your own system, using your constitutions, which actually specify that you shall not discriminate against any person, very broadly put in your own constitutions, you shall progressively come to the understanding that even differently oriented persons are included.
I want to.
Otherwise, the law is of general application. You will not be adopting the explanatory notes. What you adopt is the model law. What you domesticate is the model law, and not the explanations which help you understand the model law. I don't know whether I'm clear.
Okay, thank you. Let me give, Tanzania wanted to come
Yes.
back again. And then, I don't know, Malawi, then Namibia. Just allow me because they're following each other.
Yeah,
And
I
then
want.
we have Namibia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to put a point. There's a suggestion made by Zambian that we end up at the point when it says to the extent of the UN definition. We put a full stop there. And there was a question that
what is going to be a problem if we end up there and it has not been answered. We want to know what's the problem. What are we going to suffer if we end up, if we put a point at the UN definition? Because we understand all what you are saying, but there was a point raised by Eswatini, and I have to make it clear from the position of Tanzania that the model law could have very good clauses, very relevant clauses, but inclusion of one word, lesbian or sex with the same relationship, just inclusion of that word will spoil each and everything, and nobody will draw attention of the whole model law. That's the problem. Just inclusion of one word, lesbian, it will spoil everything. So we should end up there and avoid all this problem.
No, let me allow Malawi, Namibia, please let us progress. And then the drafter will address that question, because remember, we have to go back to that paragraph. Let us stop with Namibia. Is that acceptable? Then we really look at what do we do now.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, please, order.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't know why we are complicating ourselves, because it has already been said, this is just a guiding tool for us. And the thing on the table is that since it's a guiding tool, those countries that would want to go into specifics, it has to be up to them. But for now, let's leave it, broad as it is, to leave it at where Zambia is suggesting. Let's end at where the UN is saying. And then those that would want to go and put those specifics, it has to be to the country that want to do that. Then we're good to go. Otherwise, the inclusion of those specifics, it's what is bringing a problem on the table. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to concur with the previous speaker. Negotiations are give and take. Negotiations are give and take. You compromise, and you give. The suggestion or the proposal on the table, which I think is pretty acceptable, is that let us end at the UN definition, which encompasses everything. Now, the reply to that says that is discriminatory will induce another statement, because the statement from the other side can be that no, do not force down the throat on other member states to accept what they do not know. Because the other statement can then be, no, we are not discriminating. We are only recognizing that there are two genders. And by having this clause, you are trying or in another manner to get us to accept that we have three genders that we don't know. So I think, Honorable Secretary General and Vice Chair next to me, we should accept that you can't have everything, because I'm sure to the Vice President next to me here, she would not even have accepted the UN definition. She would probably have wanted to bring her own African or Tanzanian context. But yes, but now she's saying, together with the others, let's stop at UN. So the other side must also accept that they cannot keep pushing down the throat of the others the inclusion of a third gender. So I think it's a good place to stop without having necessarily to divide the house.
Okay, the House is duly guided. The drafter has taken that into account. Because remember, I keep hearing members say, the drafter is only facilitating us. So we are just trying to answer the questions that are on the table. So apologies for that. Yes, so it's 141. Madam Eva? Do you have any last words?
Wish to emphasize, honorable members, that the explanatory notes were just transparently attached to this, to the modelway, Lord, to help you understand the model law. It is not part of the model law. These are just explanatory notes derived from research. So if we can just look at them in that perspective, then we won't have problems. They'll fall away. When the model law is being adopted, it shall be adopted as a model law without explanatory notes. For a model law, you don't need them because the model law alone explains itself. It has cross-references, it had footnotes explaining issues in relation to specificities relating to national jurisdictions. So I think we've spent a lot of time on the explanatory notes for your better understanding. But the crux of the matter lies in the model law and not explanatory notes. These are just to help you understand the model law, but it's not really part of the model law. What you adopt is the model law and not explanatory notes. In fact, to tell the truth, I wouldn't even be going through the explanatory notes because I would have assumed you've read them. I would go straight into the model law, which is the crux of your work today in the next 3 days, is the model law and not the explanations which we are giving to you. That's my last word, Mr. Chair, on the explanatory notes. They are causing untoward discussion and anxiety. Maybe when we come back, we go straight into the model law and not the explanatory notes. Please, Madam SG. It's better that you tackle the definitions in the model law when we get to that, so that we are not debating a document which is not really relevant, but we go straight to the model law and debate those provisions which you are going to use as a tool.
Has this paragraph been adopted or not?
These are explanatory notes, honorable members.
Madam Moderator, I think the consensus, see, the problem is this. We are making the model law that you are proposing to us. And the reason why we are called here is to either not ratify, but accept it as is, amend it, and accept it with those amendments. Now the amendments that we are proposing is this, and someone can object. The amendments that we are proposing is that remove and add the UN. The rest of the things remove. That is the proposal, unless there's someone else that is objecting, because as unimportant as those explanatory notes as they are there, it is explaining something in the model law.
Yes.
So it can't just mean nothing, it means something.
Yes.
And what we are proposing is that we want to accept that clause with the amendments that we are proposing to you.
Yeah.
That is what I move.
Okay, Madam Moderator, I think that you please don't delete that part. My understanding is that you have no, let me read it to conclusion for the hearing of all the members. The suggestion is that to apply to all forms and components of GBV to the extent of the UN definition. Don't delete to the extent of the UN definition. but put a full stop. The instruction is that we delete to all victims and offenders of GBV without discrimination. The rest falls off in brackets. That is what I understand.
Madam Chair,
I've heard you-
why I deleted that, because it lacked the S. It's not only to the extent of the UN definition, but UN definitions,
Okay.
which are many,
Okay. Okay, no, it's fine.
Yes, so that's why I just deleted to remind myself it's not, because if you look at the UN definition, which we compared with the SADC one, the UN definition is lacking because it only concentrates on women. Whereas if you look at the amendments which were done by the judges, the human rights organizations, the prosecutors and the police, it's all the UN definitions which we have incorporated in the substantive law. So there was the S missing, UN definitions.
Okay, no, thank you.
And I wanted to say UN to all victims without discrimination. And then I highlighted this part which we are proposing to delete.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to assist so that members can see that the highlighted part is going to go out.
Yeah.
Oh, I've heard your explanation, but just for them to feel we are taking on board, you know.
So we won't need to the extent of the UN definitions because we are adding without discrimination. So you don't need to add, that's why I deleted it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to assist so that they see the editorial. If we can do it so that they see it, because I'm getting feedback this end. That's why I'm just really.
We are deleting, be it none, that's what the yellow part we are deleting.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then, much as
I don't end. Okay. Tanzania and then Seychelles.
well, first of all, I want to recognize the hard job of the drafter. It's a job well done, tedious, and up to now, she seems to be a very strong woman who can stand for what she's done. Congratulations, and I'm with you all the way through. But now you are confusing me when you come to say that where it is written to the extent of the UN definition, immediately you jumped on definitions. There were no definitions. It was only on UN definition.
No, she's taking
Well, I don't know who I'm talking to, but then I submit.
We are listening, Madam Chair. Please proceed, we are listening.
That's the only thing.
I thank the House.
So this has to go because
it's fine.
This it is only with women.
Yes.
Yeah, the UN definition is only women, whereas this is gender neutral.
I'm with you.
So
just
like
saying
this.
for that site, we just go back and just do that.
Yeah, we've done.
Honorable members, kindly look at the screen before you. The mover was Honorable Jeff Mureba from Namibia. Jeff from Zambia. Kindly assist us in that regard so that
We've deleted the different oriented persons and we've added without discrimination.
is that what was required? Are we adopting that paragraph then?
Or victims. However, in general, regardless of orientation and occupation, they've removed the lesbians. It looks better now, or it looks okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So can we now break for lunch?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my darling.
What time do we come back? SG, what time do we come back?
May we please come back at 3 o'clock? Is that okay? 15 hours? Huh? Good afternoon, honorable members. I believe we may proceed. Madam Drafter, let's kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam SG. Welcome back. I hope you had a sumptuous lunch. We are now on 1.2.12, underpinning scope of GBV model law and national laws. May I have your comments? I see none. Do you adopt that paragraph without amendment? Thank you. 1.2.13, COVID-19 considerations and innovative measures. May I have your comments, honorable members? I see no hands. Do you adopt paragraph 13? Honorable members, do we adopt 1.2.13? I think it's agreed to. May we go now to the structure of the GBV model law 2.0. 2.1 talks about the form. As you know, we are all trying to create a compendium of model laws for SADC PF. They've been very successful in coming up with model laws for the region. And this particular model law follows the same form. So it does not take the form of any particular national jurisdictional framework or structure. Any comments on 2.1? I see none. Do you adopt 2.1 without amendment? Thank you. Correction underway.
That which says divisions on my page is 24.
Page 24.
The last bullet.
Divisions.
Yes. With the headings reflecting.
Reflect the subject. No. Reflecting. Oh, here.
Reflecting.
Oh,
yes.
okay. Thank you very much. Any other comments, corrections? I see none. May we adopt it with amendment? Thank you. 2.2 style. I see no comments. Do we adopt that without amendment? When it's quiet, I assume it's acquiesced to. You have agreed to it. Thank you. 2.3, lawmaking and drafting processes. I see no hands. Do we adopt 2.3 without amendment? Thank you very much. Can we go to 2.4, cross-referencing? I see no hands. Can we adopt this without amendment? There's no objection. This clause is adopted. 2.5, reference notes. I see no hands. Can we adopt this without amendment? 2.5. I see no objection. 2.6, parts of GBV model law. I see no hands. Can we adopt this 2.6 without amendment? I see no objection. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our morning session, which we carried through to this afternoon. Can we now go into session 2, which is part 1, chapter 2. Okay. Oh, sorry, we've still got the preamble to consider from our morning session. So the preamble, which is under chapter 2. Chapter 2. I'll take it page by page, 40, page 40. Any comments on page 40? Page 40, I see a hand over there. SG, which country is that? Okay, may we have your comments on page 40? You can go ahead.
No, it's a comment. It looks like you are now coming into the gist of the law-making process, don't you think it would have been to our advantage for more understanding if somebody went, instead of leaving it to us to read? This is critical. We're just making the law here. If we allow it like this, we will say yes, 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 not understanding a thing of what this is all about. This is the style of drafting a law. And the language is technical. I'm just suggesting, Chair, drafter, you don't have an assistant who would go through.
Should I assist? We can change with some of the committee clerks.
Sorry,
I'm asking the drafter.
yeah.
It appears the members want us to read it out loud.
You want us to read the model law now?
The suggestion is that going by numbers, the admission is that we may not have engaged. So if we read it out loud, it is better.
We have consensus on that, honorable members.
So maybe let's start with the preamble. I'll ask my colleague here to start reading, and then she'll pause. Let's do from the title.
Okay, we'll take turns to read it. Because if we have to go into, this means we are going to have to read the entire model law, isn't it? So we'll take turns, the three of us. I'll start. So chapter 2, SADC model law on gender-based violence, preamble. I'll also read the explanatory notes or the directory notes, which says, please draft according to the style of drafting legislation in the national jurisdiction. For example, replace this preamble with an explanatory memorandum or memorandum of objects and reasons. The contents of the preamble will help develop appropriate content. So that's the purpose of the preamble to you as national parliaments. We, the members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, bearing in mind that the peoples of the United Nations have, in the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, reaffirmed their faith in fundamental human rights and in the dignity and worth of the human person, by recognizing the inherent equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family as the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. Recognizing that every person, regardless of their sex, gender, nationality, social origin, class, religion, gender, marital status, age, language, custom, political affiliation, tribe, color, pregnancy, disability, economic or social status, are entitled to fundamental human rights and freedoms, especially the right to non-discrimination, survival, development, education, health, and welfare, participation, peace, dignity, tolerance, equality, and solidarity, and that gender-based violence is a serious violation of these rights. Understanding that gender-based violence refers to all acts perpetrated against women, men, boys, and girls on the basis of their sex or gender, which causes or could cause them physical, sexual, psychological, emotional, or economic harm, including the threat to take such acts or to undertake the position of arbitrary restrictions on or deprivations of fundamental rights and freedoms in private or public life, in peacetime and during situations of armed or other forms of conflict, as well as humanitarian emergencies, natural disasters, and disease outbreaks. May I have any comments on page 40? SG, I see a comment. Is it from South Africa?
No, Seychelles.
Seychelles, okay.
No, only under the paragraph recognizing the word gender appear twice.
Pardon?
Second paragraph,
Yeah.
recognizing the word gender appears twice.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I've seen it. Any other comment on page 40? I see none. Can we move to page 41? I continue. Okay, recognizing that gender-based violence is a multifaceted social, cultural, and economic epidemic, which, coupled with harmful practices and prejudices in most parts of Africa, have an adverse impact on the personal development and future opportunities, health and well-being of women, men, girls, and boys, with detrimental consequences, especially on children, women, families, communities, and nations at large. Acknowledging that the Southern African Development Community, SADC, signed the Declaration on Gender and Development on 8th September 1997 to promote closer regional cooperation and collective action as a means of fostering gender equality and reaffirming SADC's commitment to eliminating gender discrimination and mainstreaming gender issues in Southern Africa by establishing policy and institutional frameworks for advancing gender equality and advisory systems with government and non-government organizations for monitoring gender issues and creating a gender unit within the SADC Secretariat. Bearing in mind that the Declaration on Gender and Development reaffirms SADC's commitment to eliminate gender-based violence in Southern Africa and supporting the following SADC targets and aims set for member states to implement in order to ensure they eliminate gender-based violence at every level. Enact and enforce legislation prohibiting all forms of gender-based violence, ensure that the laws on gender-based violence prevent and provide for the comprehensive testing, treatment, and care of survivors of sexual assault, review and reform SMS's criminal laws and procedures applicable to cases of sexual offenses and gender-based violence. Enact and adopt specific legislative provisions to prevent human trafficking and provide holistic service to the victims with the aim of reintegrating them into society. Enact legislative provisions and adopt and implement policies, strategies, and programs which define and prohibit sexual harassment in all spheres and provide deterrent sanctions for, sorry, it's supposed to be perpetrators, because we are quoting. It's supposed to be perpetrators because we are quoting from the convention of sexual harassment, and adopt integrated approaches, including institutional cross-sector structures with the aim of reducing current levels of gender-based violence by half.
Will you please repeat?
Can we
the
stop
one?
there? Can we have any comments?
Yeah, the last one, will you start the last, not the last, but the one which start enact and adopt the specific legislative. Will you start there? There are words missing.
Where from? Bearing in mind?
Yeah, on
enact. Or this one, you want me to repeat it? You want me to reread it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
The one which ends with society.
So this is now coming from the Declaration on Gender and Development, which reaffirms the following. These are taken now from the declaration. And the one you want me to read reads as follows. Enact, which one? This one. Enact and adopt specific legislative provisions to prevent human trafficking and provide holistic service to the victims with the aim of reintegrating them into society. Can we have comments now from the part I started reading up to this part? Because it was quite a lot. Any comments? Yes.
If you go further up on the third line before, bearing in mind the third line, then the following are stuck together. Third line.
Bearing in mind.
Supporting the following. Missing a space, please.
These ones.
No, the following.
Yeah, okay. These ones, the string on words, maybe we can ignore them for now because you know when you change applications, the words tend to like string on, and those we will take count of when we are doing the final. We'll separate the words when we are doing the final document. Because when you change applications, I remove from this computer, put on another, you find the words do string up. Any comments? Zimbabwe? Yeah.
The reduction in violence by half, is it flowing from any baseline?
Can you tell us exactly where you are, which paragraph you are referring to? Yeah, from bearing in mind. Is it that? Yeah, but it's from the paragraph. So the others follow. So adopt. Zimbabwe, can you continue? Okay. Yeah, it's coming from the Declaration on Gender and Development. This is just lifted from there.
Oh, it's
which measures must be implemented.
not yet.
Yeah.
Drafter, please. The last sentence of bearing in mind.
Yes.
When you read it, it doesn't flow. Will you please read that paragraph?
Bearing in mind.
Yes.
That the Declaration on Gender and Development reaffirms SADC's commitment to eliminate gender-based violence in Southern Africa and supporting the following SADC targets and aims set for member states to implement. Okay, I've put in order to implement, you are right, to implement, to implement, I shouldn't have put that right, to implement in order, sorry, in order, it's supposed to be, I put it in the wrong place, sorry. In order to ensure they eliminate gender-based violence at every level. I just put it in the wrong place. Yeah. Any other comments? I see a hand over there, if I'm not mistaken. Please proceed.
Thank you. It's a comment. Maybe we'll come across what I've just going to raise as we go. We've in the explanatory chapters or chapters, we made reference to statelessness. I see something here, human trafficking. I was just wondering.
Please just point out the exact paragraph so the members can follow the exact paragraph you are.
Yeah, I'm on bearing in mind.
Okay.
Blah, 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 point. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4? Where reference is made to the prevention of human trafficking. And I was just wondering that in the previous session on explanatory notes, we made reference to people I know it's controversial, statelessness. Shouldn't, well, I know maybe you'll say this is a direct quotation. Has it been left by mistake or is on purpose? Because we can't be making explanatory note, which will not make sense somewhere within these laws we are trying to make.
Yeah, we have quoted a number of international instruments where statelessness actually is provided for. If you look at this particular paragraph, we are actually restating SADC targets and aims, which are contained in the declaration. So these are the ones which are stated. So if I change the one on trafficking and put in stateless persons, then I'll be changing indirectly what is contained in the SADC targets under the declaration. So the statelessness will be quoted from the relevant international instruments. And we have listed those instruments in the appropriate place in the law. Thank you. Any other comment? Okay, I see none. Taking due account that member states undertook in the SADC treaty, in brackets, Article 6.2, close brackets, not to discriminate against any person on the grounds of inter alia, sex, or gender. Recalling that member states reaffirmed their commitment to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, 1989, the Africa Platform of Action, 1994, the Beijing Declaration and its Platform for Action, 1995, and United Nations Resolution 1325 on Women, Peace and Security, 2000, and resolved through the SADC Declaration on Gender and Development, 1997, and its addendum on the prevention and eradication of violence against women and children, 1998, to ensure the elimination of all gender inequalities in the SADC region and the promotion of the full and equal enjoyment of human rights. Emphasizing the African Union's Agenda 2063, which identifies GBV as a major obstacle to human security, peace and development, often fueled by armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, and intolerance, and the following SDGs themes that directly address factors that contribute to GBV. SDG 1, no poverty. SDG 3, good health and well-being. SDG 4, quality education. SDG 5, gender equality. SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. And SDG 10, reduced inequalities. May we have comments on those paragraphs that have been read? I see none. Further recalling General Recommendation number 35 of 2017 on gender-based violence against women, where the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women recognizes that the prohibition of gender-based violence has become a norm of international customary law, expands the understanding of violence to include violations of sexual and reproductive health rights, stresses the need to change social norms and stereotypes that support evidence in the context of a resurgence of narratives threatening the concept of gender equality in the name of culture, tradition, or religion.
You are not written. That support violence.
May I read it, Honorable Vice Chair, and then we can
No.
comment?
It is a word you skipped. You read something which you are thinking, but not written there. That support violence, and it's written here.
May I proceed?
Reread, please.
Okay. Clearly defines different levels of liability of the state for
The
acts.
previous one stresses.
What? She wants me to read from stresses. Okay, let me read from stresses. Stresses the need to change social norms and stereotypes that support violence in the context of a resurgence of narratives threatening the concept of gender equality in the name of culture, tradition, or religion. Oh, okay, sorry. I never realized that I did. Sorry about that. Clearly defines different levels of liability of the state for acts and omissions committed by its agents or those acting under its authority in the territory of the state or abroad, and for failing to act with due diligence to prevent violence at the hands of private individuals and companies, protect women and girls from it, and ensure access to remedies for survivors. Unequivocally calls for the repeal of all laws and policies that directly and indirectly excuse, condone, and facilitate violence, and emphasizes the need for approaches that promote and respect women's autonomy and decision-making in all spheres of life. Conscious that Article 21(2) of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child provides that states parties to the present charter shall take all appropriate measures to eliminate harmful social and cultural practices affecting the welfare, dignity, normal growth and development of the child, and in particular, A, those customs and practices prejudicial to the health or life of the child, and B, those customs and practices which are discriminatory to the child on the grounds of sex or other status. Any comments on those paragraphs? Emphasizing. Any comments? Further recalling. Conscious. Any comments on those paragraphs? I can see a hand right over there. Please continue.
Bom, obrigado. Peço desculpas, é possível que eu tenha por fazer regressar. Antes disso, aparece ali, antes de erradicar a pobreza, essa é uma questão de forma. Vem fatores que contribuem para a violência baseada no este gênero aqui em português está mal escrito. Era só uma questão de correção aqui.
Please,
Não sei
those
se já fiz
dealing with the
entender.
translators, gender is being misspelled in the French. Please take note of that.
Não estou a perceber? Estou a dizer que no parágrafo anterior, onde diz destacando a agenda 2063, no antepenúltimo, onde aparece que contemplam diretamente fatores que contribuem para a violência baseada no gênero. O gênero aqui vem com NW, não podia ser com NW. Era para substituição desse W.
Thank you very much. It will be corrected. Thank you. Any other comments? I see none. Noting Article 2 of the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, the Maputo Protocol, which provides that states parties undertake to combat all forms of discrimination against women at all levels and in all fields by doing the following. Take concrete steps to ensure that in their constitutions and all other laws of the state parties, it is clearly stipulated that women and men are equal. They have the same rights. Undertake to enact and effectively implement appropriate laws or regulatory measures that prohibit and punish harmful practices which endanger the health and general well-being of women. Ensure that the opinions of women are taken into account in all endeavors at the village, city, suburban, or national level, and commit themselves to change through public education, adult education, and mass communication, all cultural and traditional practices deemed harmful to the health of women or their welfare, or anything that may cause women to be considered as inferior to men, or which causes certain roles to be considered as being for men and others for women in society or within the family. Noting the worth of Article 4 of the Maputo Protocol, which states that every woman shall be entitled to respect for her life and the integrity, security, and protection of her person in the home, in her family, in society, and throughout the country, and requires state parties to take appropriate and effective measures such as the following: enact and enforce laws to prohibit all forms of violence against women, including physical violence, such as beating a woman, verbal abuse or harassment, rape, forced sexual relations, be it in the marital home, workplace, on the farm, or any other place. Enact laws to ensure the existence of economic resources and measures to ensure the prevention of all forms of violence and all forms of suffering against women. Identify the causes and consequences of violence against women and take appropriate measures to prevent and eliminate such violence. Actively promote all peace-building initiatives in the village, city, suburbs, throughout the country and continent through peace, education, curricula, and social communication in order to eradicate all traditional and cultural beliefs which create inequalities between men and women, or which consider women to be inferior to men. Punish the perpetrators of violence against women. Establish mechanisms and accessible services for information distribution, rehabilitation, and reparation for female victims of violence, including provision of mechanisms to ensure that the perpetrators of violence are the perpetrators of violence be compelled to make reparations, prevent and condemn trafficking in women, including women and girls sent to be sexually or economically exploited, prohibit all medical or scientific experiments on women without their informed consent, provide adequate budgetary and other resources for the implementation and monitoring of actions aimed at preventing and eradicating violence against women, ensure that in those countries where the death penalty still exists, death sentences are not carried out on pregnant or nursing women, ensure that women who have fled their country to another country as a result of war or for any other reason enjoy equal rights as men. Any comments on the read paragraphs? I see Seychelles.
Thank you, Madam Doctor. For the Maputo Declaration, can we add the date it was endorsed, please?
Can you speak a bit louder into your, yeah?
Maputo Declarations.
Which one? Just state the paragraph first.
Well, the first paragraph, which says Maputo, Article 4 of the Maputo Declaration. Can we state the time frame, the year that it was endorsed, please? I think it was in 2006.
Article noting, oh, it's the ones we have already gone through. What is right up? Am I far?
But
Noting,
noting the word.
taking note, emphasizing, recalling. Article 2.
Page 43.
Okay,
last
yes,
but
yes,
one.
yes. So you want us to say
Maputo, yeah, the year.
the year of the Maputo?
Yeah, please, if it's feasible.
We should recall that Maputo now has an addendum, so.
Is it there?
Yes, we have to.
So it's, we have to do it in noting Article 2, where we first mentioned it.
Okay.
So we'll put it, what was the year again, 1988? What, I can't.
It's 2006.
It was 19 something. I don't know. Anyway, I'll put
19
it.
plus.
That's fine.
There's a hand from DRC. And yeah.
Oh, no, it was 2000, 2008.
Oui,
It
merci.
was 2000.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Yes, madame. Merci de la parole. Ma préoccupation, c'est juste une préoccupation des femmes au premier tiré où l'on parle promulguer et faire appliquer les lois interdisant toutes les formes de violence à l'égard des femmes, y compris la violence physique, comme les agressions physiques, les abus ou le harcèlement. Alors, le problème, c'est au niveau du viol et les relations sexuelles forcées. Est-ce qu'il y a une différence entre les deux mots, les deux expressions? Parce que selon notre législation, les relations sexuelles forcées entrent dans le cadre du viol. Ça paraît redondant à notre avis.
Thank you very much. But as you see, we are getting this from the Maputo Protocol, direct. So that's how it was worded. Maybe those who participated in the Maputo Declaration negotiations can brief us why they were used in that manner. But this is exactly how they appear in Article 4 of the Maputo Declaration.
One can assume that the first sexual relations.
Merci, madame.
Wait, We're in relation to
Please
child
continue.
marriages.
Thank you, ma'am. I just wanna give addendum, and also we have two different laws. Congo have a different law, back to civil law, and Maputo might have something different. So just to add to what you said. Okay.
Thank you very much for clarifying those issues in relation to the DRC. Thank you very much. Any other comments? I can't see, I think it's Malawi, if I'm not mistaken, yes.
Thank you very much. Starting from the paragraph, noting the wealth. It's when you see all the bulletins, they are talking of a woman and a woman and a woman, okay? I don't know whether, as much as I know that men also suffer from this, how are men protected? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Malawi. You will note that the preamble is bringing out worthy points from the various international instruments dealing with GBV. So obviously we can't change those. We understand what they mean, and we lend credence to them when we are dealing with chapter 2 and part 1. You'll see that the model law itself is gender neutral, but we cannot obliterate issues which were already agreed to by yourselves as member states in other international instruments. Unfortunately, most of us maybe were not present at the negotiations and signing of these instruments, but we have to live by them and try as best as we can to utilize them as we are going forward in coming up with the measures that those instruments require us to come up with. Because most of the international instruments say that we should come up with legislative, administrative, and other measures to give effect to the provisions of those international instruments which you yourselves as member states have signed off on them. So the preamble is just recognizing, that's why the wording is such that it's going back to the very instruments which came up with those obligations. So we are not really changing them for purposes of our law, but we are giving credence to them in order to support the various provisions of our model law dealing in particular with those issues raised by those international instruments. Thank you.
We had Eswatini's hand raised.
Thank you, Madam. It's just for the comfort of my conscience, perhaps my understanding. Earlier on, I'm sorry, I'll keep on making reference to the previous session because I thought the previous session was paving a way for this critical aspect of our work here. Is it because the Maputo article was not drafted or was drafted in the way it was drafted, that we still maintain the word perpetrate? I thought we substituted perpetrator with the word offender. I'm just raising it. Is it because here it's already crafted in that way and we can't interfere with it, or what? Because I remember in the earlier session, there was somewhere where we said, instead of perpetrator, it's the offender. Thank you.
If you've noticed in the preamble, when I was reading it, I was highlighting where we changed. Because remember, these computers, they actually make us stupid at times. because we know that the word we want to target is perpetrators throughout the document. So we just say replace perpetrators with offenders, not knowing that there's some parts where you can't do that. For example, in the preamble, because these wordings come from the actual international instruments. So I'm marking them in yellow to ensure that I retain the word perpetrator in this particular part. But for the substantive part, we have changed them all to offender. So please bear with us for these small little mishaps. But our eye is on our document. So by the end of the day, it will be all right. Yeah. Zimbabwe. Which one is it? Noting? Is it noting the words? Which one are you targeting?
Where it says noting also the bullets just above. The one that speaks about the death sentence, where the death sentence is still carried out, where the death sentence still exists. Death sentences are not carried out on pregnant or nursing women. So my question is this flowing from international instruments? But if it's not, is it then not progressive to simple state? Death sentences are not carried out on women. Because I've noted that progressive text now automatically commutes a death sentence to a life sentence with respect to women. It's a question really and a suggestion married together.
If you are reading it from the chapeau, noting the words, and you'll note at the end of the chapeau, the words are as the following. So after as the following, it's normally a list. A list does not necessarily in a legislative sentence connect to the chapeau. If there was no following and it was a continuous sentence, then I would have agreed with you, Honorable. But in this case, it's just listing the appropriate and effective measures that must be carried out. So it reads correct. And just as it is in that protocol, punish the perpetrators of violence against women. And they're targeting this measure that must be carried out by the member states. So I think it's fine.
I'm not sure. I think it's the English language that is escaping me.
Yeah, it's you know, international instruments are drafted very loosely. That's what you know, international instruments are not drafted like us drafters who draft the law. You know, when we are drafting a law, we avoid ambiguities at all costs. The law is certain as to its scope and applicability. But international instruments are drafted in a vague manner, very loosely put together. And unfortunately for us now sitting in this house, we cannot change the wording that is already in the Maputo Declaration or Maputo Protocol to suit ourselves. These are just recognitions that we are bearing in mind while we draft our model law.
It's okay. This is where my question was coming
Yeah.
from, to
Mm.
say, did you extract it as it is from
Yeah.
international text to
Exactly.
say a pregnant or nursing woman?
I think we have to live with it, Honorable. Maybe let me put it that way. We have to live with the language as contained in those protocols, but ensure that the language of the model law, which we are going to do after the preambles, is okay.
No, I don't have difficulty with that because at the municipal level at home, we already don't carry it out against women. Just a quick one, if you may take note without scrolling backwards. On page 29 occurs that common problem with the word rational and rationale. It's back on page 29, but you may just take note of it because it seems to be occurring throughout. You put the word rational in the place of rationale.
We shall do all the proofreading, honorables, and take care of all the consequentials. So if you change something somewhere, and then when we are doing the final read of the document, we'll ensure that all consequentials are actually followed up. Because maybe even yourselves, when you're making comments, you would not follow it through to the next provision. So we shall make sure that all your comments, which do have consequentials, will actually be taken into account in the final read of the document.
Yeah, I'm happy for that assurance.
Any other comments? I see none. So noting also that Articles 4 and 5 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights provide that no one shall be held in slavery or servitude. Slavery and slave trade shall be prohibited in all their forms, and no one shall be subjected to torture or to cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, respectively. Aware that Article 6 of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, requires member states to end the exploitation of sex workers and trafficking in women and girls. Acknowledging that the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women, its causes and consequences, has expressed concern over personal laws and discriminatory provisions on the dissolution of marriage and maintenance provisions, which cause many women to stay in violent marriages out of fear, and that their de jure and de facto legal status will be negatively impacted, and also that they will be denied financial support if they are divorced or separated. Recalling that the General Assembly of the United Nations declared by Resolution 8439 of 17th December 1954 and in 2014, that certain customs, ancient laws, and practices relating to marriage and the family were inconsistent with the principles set forth in the Charter of the United Nations and in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Noting with deep concern that women and girls in particular are often victims of gender-based violence due to social, cultural norms and poverty, and are subjected to physical, mental, emotional, sexual, and economic abuse, and in certain cases are victims of rape, trafficking, slavery, kidnapping, and displacements due to wars, threats of violence, and terrorism. Recognizing that the United Nations in 2015 set an agenda for sustainable development with goals and targets for the next 15 years, with the 2030 agenda for sustainable development and the 17 sustainable development goals, SDGs, and SDG 5, which is the standalone goal for gender equality, focuses on achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls, including ending all forms of discrimination against all women and girls as its first target, as a prerequisite for achieving sustainable development, which is a connecting factor to all other SDGs, whilst recognizing that gender-based violence is itself a barrier to attaining the SDGs and contributes to perpetuating the circle of poverty exacerbated in conflict and humanitarian crisis situations, and SDG 16, which promotes peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, the provision of access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable institutions at all levels and targets to significantly reduce all forms of violence and related death rates across all countries by 2030. Any comments on that? Please excuse the blue, we shall take it out. Any comments? Please go ahead.
Madam, on the second paragraph, on page 46, nothing with deep concern, I think maybe we could add among the abuses there, verbal abuse.
Please point exactly the paragraph by the first
Second
word.
paragraph. Nothing with deep concern. We have listed some abuses there, emotional, mental, sexual, economic. Could we add verbal abuse also?
No, no team. Is it the one with noting with deep concern?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Which line?
1 to 3rd line.
Yes.
Wait, read, and are subject to physical, mental, emotional, sexual, and economic abuse. Could we add verbal abuse also?
I can hear some MPs murmuring. Can we please have comments upon that comment?
No.
The suggestion is to add verbal abuse, sexual, verbal, and economic abuse. MP, honorable members, I can hear you, but I cannot hear you. If you are not going to put it on the house. Yes, please, over there.
Yes, I second.
Zimbabwe, can we hear your viewpoint? Zimbabwe, can we hear your viewpoint on that?
No, draft, and we were just trying to caucus as a group. My colleagues were asking on what is economic abuse, so I was trying to explain to them.
Oh,
The
okay.
reason where you can actually ignore to buy food, you can even disallow her to go to work, etc. That is economic abuse.
Okay, thank you very much. So is the suggestion is to add verbal. I see no objection. So I'm adding verbal. Are we okay with that? I see no objection. Thank you. Any other comments? I see none. Acknowledging member states' obligations on trafficking as listed in the protocol to prevent, suppress, and punishing trafficking in persons, especially women and children, supplementing the United Nations Convention against Transnational Organized Crime, the Palermo Protocol, apply to all forms of gender-based violence and urge member states to A, adopt necessary legislative and other measures to establish trafficking in persons as a criminal offense when committed intentionally, Article 5. Ensure that their domestic legal or administrative system contains measures that provide to victims information on court and administrative proceedings and assistance to enable their views and concerns to be presented and considered during criminal proceedings against offenders, Article 6. Ensure that their domestic legal systems contain measures that offer victims the possibility of obtaining compensation for damage suffered, Article 6. Adopt or strengthen legislative or other measures to discourage the demand that fosters all forms of exploitation of persons, especially women and children, that leads to trafficking, Article 9, and consider adopting legislative or other measures that permit victims of trafficking to remain in their territory, temporarily or permanently, in appropriate cases, Article 7. Bearing in mind the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, the Rome Statute, which provides the broader statutory recognition of gender-based violence as a crime under international criminal law, and in particular Article 7(1)(g), which classifies rape, sexual slavery, enforced prostitution, forced pregnancy, enforced sterilization, or any other form of sexual violence of comparable gravity committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack directed against any civilian population as crimes against humanity, and Article 8(2)(b), 22, which classifies these same offenses as serious violations of the laws and customs applicable to international armed conflict, and thereby classifiable as war crimes, and places primary responsibility on states parties under the principle of complementarity to bring those responsible for genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes to justice, and states that it is the duty of every state to exercise its criminal jurisdiction over those responsible for international crimes. May we have comments on these two? I see Seychelles.
Yes, there's Namibia, there's Lesotho again.
Okay.
And those are the only ones I see.
Okay, can we follow the SG's list, please?
Seychelles first, Namibia, then Lesotho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can we add phrase number, well, it's the first part, which states about the forced and different forces, but it has to be before pregnancy. Forced, well, after forced pregnancy.
You are on acknowledging?
Yeah, acknowledging. Can we add forced abortion?
Which it's what? Which number is that?
That is 1, 2, 3. The third line, on the fourth line.
For United Nations Convention against, then apply to all forms of gender-based violence. Yes.
And then you
and urge member states to.
Yeah.
Where are you now?
Well, on the fourth line, which starts with rape.
Rape.
Yeah, fourth line, bearing in mind, fourth line.
Hey. Where are you? Bearing in mind, or not acknowledging, okay, bearing in mind, okay, yes.
The fourth line. Which
classifies,
rape,
yes.
sexual slavery, and forced prostitution, forced pregnancy, and then can we add forced abortion before and forced sterilization?
Unfortunately, I can't,
Oh.
because this is Article 7(1)(g). So I can't import things which are not there now.
But where can we sort of include, because we have so many illegal abortions where young girls, even their mothers or their families are forcing them to have abortions.
Okay.
Even the women, the husband are forcing them to have abortions, even their concubines.
I can advise you that we can, please remember, we can slot it in the section, subsection, I think 2 or something like that,
Okay.
which deals with violence. We said in this section, violence will include, and we list some of the things just to make it clear what violence will include.
Can we insert it somewhere?
So
where
we
it will be-
remember that, just dot it.
Okay.
So when we come to that definition, we can broaden it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Thank
I
you.
can see a red light somewhere in the corner there.
Namibia.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I actually wanted to touch on the forced pregnancy concept, but because you stated that it's a quotation from an article, then I will proceed to not give my comment, because there's nothing you can do to change it.
Yes. No, just hold your horses until we come to the definition of violence. Then you can play around with that definition as much as you want, because that's yours now. You are actually defining what in SADC PF is considered to be violence. Yeah. Yeah. I see no other comments.
Lesotho as well, right?
Lesotho, okay, Lesotho.
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, I'm not sure if I'm going to get a similar response on A, organized crime, the Palermo Protocol. Would that A be an exact extraction of Article 5?
All these, you can see even the articles are cited for you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is it states parties or state parties? But like you said, it might be trivia that you may want to look at on your own. I see it's used interchangeably throughout your text.
Some texts you will find they say states parties. I write it as state parties. State parties. So sometimes when I'm getting it from a text, it's states parties, but I think the best formulation is state parties.
So that it's uniform. I've
Yeah.
seen two
So just note
state
that.
parties and two state
Yeah.
parties.
I believe we should use state parties. Okay, I see no other comments. Taking into account Article 8 of the Maputo Protocol that ensures access to justice and equal protection before the law for women, and requires states parties to take all appropriate measures to ensure the following: the promotion of the right of women to seek justice in the cities and villages throughout the country and continent, and where the act of taking a case before the court entails costs for a woman, the state should provide assistance to the woman, either by allowing women to take cases to court free of charge or providing legal aid to women free of charge. giving support to local and national initiatives directed at providing women access to justice in case their rights are violated, establishing services to train women and the entire society on the rights of women, training of judges and law enforcement organizations, namely gendarmes, policemen, lawyers, public prosecutors, immigration officers, and notaries public to effectively protect gender equality rights. Adequate representation of women among the notaries public, judges, magistrates, lawyers, bailiffs, prosecutors, policemen, and gendarmes, and reviewing existing discriminatory laws and practices in order to promote and protect women's rights. Concerned that despite numerous United Nations General Assembly GA resolutions on intensification of efforts to eliminate all forms of violence against women, GA Resolution 61/143, 62, /133, 63, /155,
Apologies, Ms.
64.
Jala.
Pardon?
Apologies. Could we kindly have interpreters? There's no Portuguese interpretation. Kindly advise what's going on. Do you have a technical problem?
We are here, madam. We just saw our microphone switched off. We don't understand how, but we've been interpreting all the time.
Okay.
When you stopped us now, we saw our microphone was off. We were unaware of it.
Okay.
Interpretation is on.
Okay, let me read this paragraph again for your purposes. Okay. Concerned.
I think it's on the wrong channel, sorry, because I'm hearing Portuguese.
Yeah.
On channel
We've
one.
already switched, ma'am. We've already
You
switched.
switched, okay. Let me get indication from Mozambique, then I'll let you know if all is fine. Please say something in Portuguese for us to test. Okay, it's fine now. Kindly proceed. Madam Chair,
Concerned that despite numerous United Nations General Assembly GA resolutions on intensification of efforts to eliminate all forms of violence against women, GA resolutions 61/143, 62/133, 63, 63/155, 64/137, 65/187, 67/144, and the UN updated model strategies and practical measures on the elimination of violence against women and girls in the field of crime prevention and criminal justice, in brackets, General Assembly Resolution 65/228, and the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of women in Africa, the Maputo Protocol, which brings to the forefront the need to eliminate GBV, and the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, Gender-Based Violence, continues unabated. Appreciating all the efforts made by SADC in its fight against gender-based violence in all its forms, as reflected in the following instruments: SADC Declaration on Gender and Development, 1997, and its addendum on the prevention and the eradication of violence against women and children, 1998. The SADC Gender Policy, which highlights the need to understand the causes of GBV in order to facilitate the implementation of appropriate interventions towards prevention and elimination of all forms of GBV in public and private spheres, and suggests an approach to addressing GBV by emphasizing the need to develop strategies that encompass a holistic response, which includes education, prevention, and victim assistance, and the 10-year SADC strategic plan of action on combating trafficking in persons, especially women and children, 2009 to 2019, acknowledging that the crime of trafficking in persons has an underlying gender dimension. Any comments on these 3 paragraphs? Convinced that the integration and mainstreaming of gender issues into the SADC program of action and community building initiatives is key to the sustainable development of the SADC region. Recognizing that member states are obliged to meet their commitments and set targets under various international and regional instruments relating to human rights and gender-based violence, and that the fragile gains made so far face new threats as a result of, inter alia, HIV and AIDS, COVID-19 pandemic, globalization, human trafficking, especially of women and children, statelessness, forced displacement, humanitarian emergencies, climate change, and natural disasters, the feminization of poverty and gender-based violence. I see someone raised the issue of climate change in the morning. You can see we did take into account that aspect. Recognizing further that social norms, patriarchal systems, cultural and religious practices, attitudes and mindsets continue to militate against the attainment of gender equality and equity, which are central to democracy and development. Welcoming the initiative of the chairperson of the African Union Commission on the campaign to end any form of GBV, strongly emphasizing that reforming the laws on gender-based violence so as to conform to SMS's commitments in regional and international instruments on gender-based violence shows a profound commitment towards ending and reducing gender-based violence and fulfilling every person's potential to a life free from any form of violation of their human rights and freedoms. Concerned that gender-based violence is often perpetuated as a result of social cultural norms, and women and girls are victims of trafficking, abduction, kidnapping, and other forms of violence, resulting in their being subjected to physical, mental, emotional, and sexual abuse. Desirous that women and girls be protected against all forms of violence, injury or abuse, neglect or negligent treatment, maltreatment and exploitation, and all forms of discrimination. Accepting that a model law builds on best practices and serves as a guidance, yardstick, and an advocacy tool for legislators, administrators, policymakers, civil society, adjudicators, and other concerned stakeholders in the region. Urge member states that have not ratified the international and regional human rights instruments listed in the Schedule 1, to this model law, to endeavor to ratify and domesticate them into national laws where applicable, without undue delay, and withdraw any reservation on any international or regional human rights instrument listed in Schedule 1. Encourage member states to put in place mechanisms to enforce or harmonize their existing legislation on gender, criminality, and social justice, and operationalize programs relating to gender-based violence, and acting in accordance with the powers vested in the treaty, adopt the following GBV model law on eradicating gender-based violence as a guide to legislative efforts on gender-based violence in the SADC region. Any comments on these concluding paragraphs?
Yes, ma'am, we have Namibia. Any other hands on our members? So we adjourn 17 hours. I see DRC. Is that Zimbabwe's hand? Or Zambia? Okay. That's about all. Malawi? Okay. All right, those are the only two hands.
Yeah, I did.
Kindly proceed, Namibia.
All right, thank you very much. If we could go to paragraph 3, perhaps you could add men and boys as well, because men and boys do go through exploitation, neglect, and all the
Which
factors.
paragraph? Please indicate.
Paragraph 3, page 50.
Or we are going back.
Yes.
Stuck again. Page what? Right at the top. Are we going to the beginning of the document? 1, 2, 3. Understanding?
No.
Can we be clear when you say
It's
paragraph
page
3?
50. Page 50.
Page 50?
Yes.
Because you said paragraph 3.
Oh, no,
okay.
member-
No,
Kindly
paragraph 3 of page 50.
Is it urge member states? Desirous?
Yes.
Okay. Desirous that women and girls, then add boys.
Yes.
Desirous. It is at the top of.
Okay.
Yes.
Desirous that women, men, and girls be protected.
Yes.
Yes, could you add men and boys as well?
Okay. Any other comments?
We had DRC.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je suis à la page 55 de la version française.
I am on page 55 of the French version.
Just go straight to the paragraph
Oui,
concerned.
c'est le deuxième paragraphe, en fait. Reconnaissant en outre que les normes sociales, les systèmes patriarcaux, et c'est là où je suis. Pourquoi seulement les systèmes patriarcaux? Parce que nous savons que dans le système matriarcal aussi, il y a des conséquences assez néfastes qui découlent de ces systèmes. Nous avons par exemple des enfants qui, naissant dans un système matriarcal, voient leur père, au fait, privilégier l'octroi de chance aux enfants qui sont nés de leur sœur. Pourquoi? Parce qu'ils se disent que ceux-là ne sont pas de la famille. Donc, je pense que et les systèmes patriarcal et le système matriarcal quand même emportent des conséquences néfastes en ce qui concerne l'égalité des chances entre les sexes.
On how children should be born.
So the idea is to add matriarchal, is that correct?
Vous voulez
Okay, any other comments?
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Any other comments?
I'm not sure. Is it really matriarchal? It is.
I didn't get you, SG.
No, I'm trying to figure out if it is what was referred to, or is it, what do you call it? I'm thinking, who and okay. What do you call it? It's referring to the children only. Okay, all right. There was a hand from, no. Seychelles. Yeah, Seychelles.
Madam Chair, page 50,
What is it called again?
paragraph where it says concerned. Is it possible to include again, after emotional, verbal and sexual abuse? Could add verbal? Concerned.
Done. Any other comments?
Oh, sorry, yes. Mozambique, please.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Eu estou na página 58, na página 58 da versão portuguesa. Versão em português. Portanto, parágrafo 4. Começa por preocupados que a violência baseada no gênero seja frequentemente perpetuada. Aqui é onde eu tenho a minha observação, se for válida. Portanto, ou essa frase tiraríamos frequentemente, porque ou é perpétua ou é frequente a violência baseada no gênero. Portanto, para mim, penso que a palavra frequentemente poderia ser retirada. Seja perpetuada.
Correct. That's correct.
Obrigado.
I think this is something that is concerned with only the Portuguese version.
Yeah, I think
it's
that's
the
correct.
Portuguese
That's
version.
correct. Yeah.
Yeah, because
We should
often-
remove frequently because it's different from meaning from with the English word, which is often.
Yeah.
Often is not frequently. So either you find a word that means often, or you remove it and just say perpetuated. But frequently should be removed. So I think the translation must be revisited. No other comments. It being 16:41, I wish to adjourn the proceedings until tomorrow morning, so we are fresh when we start part 1. Is that okay, honorable members?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ça va, oui.
Thank you, honorable members.
Yes, it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Unfortunately, because of the COVID, we cannot enjoy ourselves with a cocktail or anything. So you may retire to your room, and we shall see you tomorrow at 9 promptly so that we are able to finish. Could I request partners and staff to please remain behind while our members vacate the room?
Honorable SG,
Staff partners.
Honorable SG, may I urge members so that we proceed efficiently, if they could just take another look at their drafts and annotate their copies so that we move quickly. Thank you. Otherwise, we won't finish.
Yeah, no?
À demain.
On se voit demain à 10h, à 9h, 10h à Madagascar. Nous allons faire un petit cocktail, nous, membres de Madagascar, de délégation de Madagascar, au cafétéria, malgré l'absence physique à Johannesburg. Tu connais bien la baraque alors? Ah, mon ami. Ah oui.
Nous, on a notre cafétéria ici à l'Assemblée nationale.
Never mind. Oui.
Merci, à demain.
Il n'y a pas de problème pour le problème de
Veluma.
communication. Veluma.